तरह का डैशबोर्ड हम फ्यूचरिस्टिक सोच रहे हैं कि हर एक गांव का इस तरह का एक उसके मोबाइल स्क्रीन पे दिखाई देगा, जहां पे विलेज की कुछ इंफॉर्मेशन है। देखिए राइट हैंड साइड में पॉपुलेशन, हाउस होल्ड, स्कीम टाइप, कब कमीशन हुआ, सोर्स नेम क्या था, कितने घंटे की सप्लाई है, कैसा ट्रीटमेंट मेथड है, रिजर्वायर की कैपेसिटी क्या, ये सारी इंफॉर्मेशन है। और हर दिन क्या क्या पानी की सप्लाई का स्टेटस है वो हम यहाँ पे कैप्चर कर रहे हैं। क्लोरीनेशन का क्या स्टेटस है वो कैप्चर कर रहे हैं। रेजिडुअल प्रेशर टेल एंड हाउस होल्ड पे क्या है वो मेजर कर रहे हैं, ताकि पूरे नेटवर्क को पानी मिल रहा है और ठीक से पानी मिल रहा है ये हम इंश्योर कर सकें। इसके लिए एक टेक्निकल कमेटी की हमारी रिपोर्ट है, उसको हम वेबसाइट पे हमारे उपलब्ध है। काफी सारे लोग आप ऑलरेडी शायद फेमिलियर भी होंगे, इसको आप डाउनलोड कर सकते हैं। और इसमें हमने डेटा स्टैंडर्ड दे रखे हैं, सोल्यूशन डिजाइन दे रखा है, नेटवर्क प्रोटोकॉल दे रखा है, और गवर्नेंस फ्रेमवर्क, किस लेवल पे कौन सी इंफॉर्मेशन, किस टाइप का डैशबोर्ड बनेगा वो भी है। इसमें ग्राम पंचायत के लेवल पे क्या डैशबोर्ड दिखाई देगा, हमारे एग्जीक्यूटिव इंजीनियर के लेवल पे क्या डैशबोर्ड दिखाई देगा, स्टेट लेवल पे क्या डैशबोर्ड दिखाई देगा, वो सब हम ब्रॉड फॉर्मेट इसमें हमने डिस्क्राइब कर रखा है। तो जब भी आप अपने डिस्ट्रिक्ट का जो 100% हो गए हैं अप्रोच कर रहे हैं, उसका आपको RFP निकालना है कि भाई यहाँ पे हमें सेंसर बेस्ड मॉनिटरिंग सिस्टम अगर लगाना है तो कैसे लगाएं, तो इस रिपोर्ट को आप देखेंगे। इस रिपोर्ट में बहुत ब्रीफली मैं डिस्क्राइब कर दूं तो देयर आर 3 टाइप ऑफ सिस्टम्स। कि बेसिक मॉडल है, हम आप सबको पता है कि मेनली वाटर सप्लाई सिस्टम के जो कंपोनेंट होते हैं, सोर्स इनटेक होगा, ट्रीटमेंट होगा, स्टोरेज रिजर्वायर होगा, डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन सिस्टम होगा। तो इसमें हमने बेसिक मॉडल में कहा है कि अगर ग्राउंड वाटर बेस्ड स्कीम है तो ग्राउंड वाटर सेंसर लग जाए, बल्क फ्लो मीटर एक लग जाए हमारे वहां पे पंप के आउटलेट पे, और रिजर्वायर के पास एक दूसरा बल्क फ्लो मीटर लग जाए, और क्लोरीन सेंसर लग जाए अगर बेसिक क्लोरीन का ट्रीटमेंट कर रहे हैं तो ये हमारा बेसिक मॉडल है। इसकी लगभग कॉस्ट 40-50 हजार रुपए आती है। दूसरा इंटरमीडिएट मॉडल जो है, जिसमें हम अगर ग्राउंड वाटर सोर्स है तो ग्राउंड वाटर सेंसर लगाएंगे, ग्रेविटी बेस्ड सोर्स है तो केवल बल्क फ्लो मीटर लगा देंगे। फिर उसके बाद पंप ऑपरेशन को हम ऑटोमेट कर दें, ऑन ऑफ उसका सिस्टम कर दें, जैसे ही पानी रिजर्वायर में भरे वो चालू हो जाए, ऑफ हो जाए, ऑपरेटर की जरूरत ना हो। लेवल सेंसर, हालांकि PLC कंट्रोल यूनिट हम बेसिक मॉडल में भी लगा सकते हैं, दैट इज परफेक्टली फ्लेक्सिबल। ये जस्ट एक ब्रॉड गाइडलाइन है ताकि हमें कंपोनेंट्स क्या है उसका अंदाजा हो। दूसरा इसमें है कि थोड़ा सेंसर्स हम ज्यादा लगा दें डिपेंडिंग अपॉन रिक्वायरमेंट, और फ्लो मीटर्स हर एक ब्रांच में, जो भी मेजर ब्रांचेस हैं जो सर्विस एरिया की हमारी वाटर सप्लाई लाइन से हैं, उस हर एक ब्रांच पे हम लगाएं, और हर एक टेल एंड पे भी हम एक एक कंज्यूमर फ्लो मीटर लगाएं। और एडवांस मॉडल है कि हम सारे डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन नेटवर्क के हर एक हाउस होल्ड पे मीटर लगाएं, सेंसर्स हर एक स्टेट पे लगाएं। बाकी इंटरमीडिएट मॉडल में जो बेसिक नेटवर्क डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन नेटवर्क के पहले का पार्ट है वो लगभग इसमें भी सेम है। तो ये IoT प्लेटफॉर्म वर्क कैसे करेगा, ये सारा हमारा सेंसर गांव में लग गया। ये जो सेंसर डेटा है ये आपके लोकल क्लाउड पे आएगा, वहां से आपके अलग अलग डैशबोर्ड बनेंगे, गांव में दिखाई देगा, स्टेट पे दिखाई देगा, और सेंटर पे भी कुछ इंफॉर्मेशन हम रखेंगे कि जनरल सर्विस डिलीवरी क्या रही, सो दैट उसकी एग्रीगेट एनालिसिस हो सके। तो सेंट्रलाइज प्लेटफॉर्म भी एक बनेगा और उस पर भी ये सारा डेटा आएगा। तो गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया लेवल पे ओवरऑल हमारे कितने गाँव में पानी चल रहा है, नहीं चल रहा है, उसकी भी एक इंफॉर्मेशन रहेगी। क्या कंज्यूमर डिमांड पैटर्न है वो सब भी हमें पता चलेंगे। PFMS पे मैंने बात की, किस तरह से ये हम फाइनेंशियल ट्रांजैक्शन को ट्रैक कर रहे हैं, तो और किस तरह से ये डेटाबेसेस आपस में बात करेंगे। ये एक आपको मैं इंफॉर्मेशन देना चाहता हूँ कि जो हमारा स्मार्ट वाटर सप्लाई मेजरमेंट एंड मॉनिटरिंग सिस्टम है, IoT सिस्टम है, ये किस तरह से डिप्लॉय हुआ है। अभी हमने ऑलरेडी 13-14 पायलट कर लिए हैं, और देखिए लिस्ट है उन पायलट्स की। मैं आपको डैशबोर्ड से फिर से दिखाऊंगा, बट मैं ये यहाँ पे ऑलरेडी हमारे सिस्टम्स लग गए हैं, डेटा आना चालू हो चुका है। लेह जैसे इलाके में भी हमारा IoT सिस्टम चल रहा है। ऐसे भी इलाके में चल रहा है जहाँ पे बिल्कुल बिजली नहीं है, सोलर बेस्ड स्कीम है, सोलर बेस्ड हमारा सिस्टम है। तो बेसिकली हमने इस तरह से रखा है कि रिमोट एरिया, इलेक्ट्रिसिटी के चैलेंजेस, क्लाइमेटिक चैलेंजेस, अलग अलग तरह का जो मॉडल है, और तीनों जो हमारा बेसिक, इंटरमीडिएट और एडवांस मॉडल है, इन तीनों को भी हमने एज अ पायलट रन कर रहे हैं और ये सक्सेसफुली चल रहे हैं। मैं आपको अभी थोड़ी देर में दिखाता हूँ क्या स्टेटस है हमारे अलग अलग स्टेट्स का। देखें तो इतने सारे स्टेट जो हैं, गोवा, हरियाणा, सिक्किम, गुजरात, मणिपुर, पंजाब, हिमाचल, जम्मू एंड कश्मीर और अंडमान एंड निकोबार आइलैंड, इन लोगों ने ऑलरेडी हमारी डिस्कशन एक हमने कर लिया है। इन्होंने समझ लिया है कि कैसे डेटा सर्वे करवाना है। अपने इंजीनियर्स को, जूनियर इंजीनियर्स को इन्होंने एक फॉर्मेट दे दिया है कि आप जाइए, हर एक गांव में जा करके स्टडी करिए। आपका नेटवर्क आपके पास बना है, अभी अभी आपने डीपीआर बनाया है, कहाँ कहाँ पे सेंसर लगेगा, उस सेंसर का जो फ्लो पाइप का डायमीटर है वो क्या है, उसका मटेरियल क्या है, किन किन लोकेशंस पे लगेगा, इनलेट पे लगेगा, एग्जिट पे लगेगा, डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन नेटवर्क में कहाँ पे लगेगा। तो ये सारी चीजें इन्होंने कर दी हैं। और ये प्लानिंग और अप्रूवल नेक्स्ट स्टेज है हमारा, कि प्लानिंग और अप्रूवल के लिए फिर ये आएगा, ये आपका आरएफपी बन जाएगा, ये कॉन्सेप्ट बन जाएगा तो, और फिर उसको हम आरएफपी करके उसको रोल आउट कर सकते हैं। तो ये टेबल है, इसमें काफी सारे स्टेट्स आगे हैं और काफी लोग इसमें इंटरेस्टेड हैं। तो आई वुड रिक्वेस्ट कि आप अपने स्टेट के लिए एक ईमेल बस डालना है आपको कि जल जीवन मिशन आपकी टीम इंटरेस्टेड है। एक छोटी सी टीम बनाइए जो इसमें थोड़ा जिसको कोऑर्डिनेट कर सके आपके स्टेट के लेवल पे। वी विल होल्ड अ वीसी एंड देन वी विल हेल्प यू आउट टू डिजाइन IoT सिस्टम फॉर योर स्टेट स्पेसिफिकली। एक और काम किया हमने कि भाई इतने सारा हम जब इन्वेस्टमेंट करने जा रहे हैं, 6 लाख से ज्यादा गाँव में हम IoT सिस्टम लगाएंगे, तो कैसे ये मतलब इसके लिए जो वेंडर्स होने चाहिए वो भी तो होने चाहिए, सप्लायर्स भी तो होने चाहिए। तो इसके लिए हमने एक ICT ग्रैंड चैलेंज मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ इलेक्ट्रॉनिक्स के साथ थ्रो किया, जिसमें 250 से ज्यादा एप्लीकेशंस आई और उसमें अलग अलग 2-3 स्टेज के फिल्ट्रेशन के बाद मतलब सीडैक बेंगलोर में 10 लोगों ने अपना POC रखा, प्रूफ ऑफ कॉन्सेप्ट किया, दिखाया कि साहब ये चल रहा है सिस्टम। फिर उसमें से हमने 4 बेस्ट को सेलेक्ट किया और उनको 25-25 गांव अलॉट किए। तो ये जो 25-25 गांव हैं, ये आंध्र प्रदेश में है, गुजरात में है, हरियाणा में है, कर्नाटक में है, लद्दाख में है, महाराष्ट्र में है, मणिपुर में है, राजस्थान में है और यूपी में है। इसमें ऑलरेडी अलग अलग स्टेज पे है और 70-80 गांव में काम लग गया है और बहुत जल्दी ये डेटा, ये इंफॉर्मेशन भी हमारे डैशबोर्ड पे दिखने लगेगी। ऑलरेडी सीडैक के डैशबोर्ड पे वो लोग ऑलरेडी डाल रहे हैं, बट हमने पब्लिक डोमेन में इसको इंटीग्रेट कर रहे हैं ताकि हम सीडैक से इंफॉर्मेशन ले सकें और आपको दिखा सकें। दूसरा एक बड़ा चैलेंज हमने लॉन्च किया, क्योंकि सर्विस डिलीवरी हमें अश्योर करनी है, तो वाटर क्वालिटी टेस्टिंग कैसे की जाए। तो जैसे कि हम ब्लड अपना टेस्ट कर सकते हैं, एक छोटा सा पिंच करते हैं, घर बैठे बैठे शुगर लेवल हम नाप सकते हैं। घर बैठे बैठे ऑक्सीमीटर लगा करके हम अपना ऑक्सीजन लेवल नाप सकते हैं। तो क्या ऐसी एक डिवाइस बने सस्ती सी, जिसको हम अपने टैप के पास लगाएं और उसमें कुछ बेसिक पैरामीटर्स का वो रिजल्ट दे सके। तो इसके लिए भी एक चैलेंज हमने लॉन्च किया हुआ है और बड़े इंकरेजिंग रिस्पॉन्सेज हैं। कम से कम 10 लोगों ने कुछ डिवाइसेस हमें प्रॉमिस की हैं और मोस्टली हम लोग इस साल उन डिवाइसेस को रोल आउट करेंगे। तो ये ब्रॉड में मैं बताना चाहता था कि जल जीवन मिशन में हम कर क्या रहे हैं। जल जीवन मिशन में डिजिटल इनिशिएटिव्स क्या क्या हो रहे हैं, सो दैट हमारे जो अल्टीमेट एजेंडा क्या है, एजेंडा है अश्योर्ड वाटर सप्लाई, कि गांव के लेवल पे पानी की सप्लाई अश्योर हो सके, उसका सर्विस लेवल अश्योर हो सके और PHE के लेवल पे एक ऐसा सिस्टम बन जाए जो बहुत इजी टू मैनेज हो। मैं बताऊं आपको, गोवा में अभी ऑलरेडी यूज कर रहे हैं आप लोग, जैसे कि गोवा में उनके अलग अलग वाटर प्रोडक्शन साइट्स वो बोलते हैं, वहां पे हैं, तो वो इनटेक से पानी लेते हैं, ट्रीट करते हैं और फिर वो नेटवर्क में सप्लाई करते हैं। तो कौन से ट्रीटमेंट प्लांट से कितना पानी निकला रोज SMS से करते हैं। कोई दिक्कत है तो वो भी लिखते हैं साहब आज यहाँ पे आउटेज है, ताकि आगे की वो फिर लोगों को इन्फॉर्म कर सकें और लोकल लेवल पे मैनेज कर सकें, कहीं लोकल पंपिंग है तो वो कर सकें। तो ये व्हाट्सएप के सिस्टम से, अलग सिस्टम से, फोन से, मोबाइल से कर रहे हैं लोग, इसको हमें एक इंटीग्रेटेड सिस्टम बना देना है, सो दैट इट बिकम्स वेरी इजी। आई विल जस्ट शेयर, आई थिंक आई हैव टाइम, yes, I have 15 minutes, so I'll just share the dashboard with all of you, which I was talking about throughout my presentation, so that it becomes very easy what we to understand what I mean by all those things. मैं फिर से अपनी स्क्रीन शेयर कर रहा हूं। हाँ, आई होप स्क्रीन इज विजिबल। ये देखिए JJM डैशबोर्ड मैंने टाइप किया, पहला ही हमारा आ जाता है। अब ये हमारा डैशबोर्ड यहाँ पे देखिए खुल रहा है, ये डैशबोर्ड हमारा खुल गया। कैन एनीबडी जस्ट कंफर्म क्विकली कि स्क्रीन इज विजिबल?
Yes sir, visible. विजिबल सर।
ओके। तो इसमें आप देखें, ये हमारा मेन पेज है जिसपे आप लैंड करते हैं। तो इसमें देखें 19,22,000 घर हैं, 19,22,000 घर हैं पूरे कंट्री में, थ्रू आउट कंट्री, जिसमें 3.23 करोड़ हाउस होल्ड्स को कनेक्शन था, 16% के आसपास शुरुआत में जब हमने जल जीवन मिशन की शुरुआत की, जो आज बढ़ करके 42.29% हो गया है। एंड कल अगर देखें तो 63,000 FSTC कल दिए गए। फिर आप नीचे आए इसमें तो देखेंगे कि ड्यूरिंग द मिशन कितने कनेक्शन दिए गए, तो 4,89,00,000 कनेक्शन ड्यूरिंग द मिशन दिए गए, 25.246% के आसपास। तो ये हम बहुत ईगरली इनफैक्ट वेट कर रहे हैं कि ये कब जल्दी से 5 करोड़ के आसपास हो जाए। 11 लाख कनेक्शन बचे हैं, तो अगले एक हफ्ते 2 हफ्ते में हम उम्मीद करते हैं कि हम जल्दी ही 5 करोड़ कनेक्शन जल जीवन मिशन के अंदर क्रॉस करें। फिर आप देखें तो कौन कौन से स्टेट्स 100% हो गए हैं। गोवा हो गया है, तेलंगाना हो गया है, अंडमान निकोबार आइलैंड हो गए हैं, पुदुचेरी हो गए हैं और दादरा एंड नगर हवेली हो गए हैं। 78 डिस्ट्रिक्ट्स हमारे 100% हो चुके हैं, 925 ब्लॉक्स और 56,000 ग्राम पंचायतें हो गई हैं, और 1,11,000 से ज्यादा घर भी, विलेजेस भी 100% FSTC हुआ है। ये हमारा है कि इसको व्हाट इज द प्रोग्रेस, व्हाट इज द पेस ऑफ प्रोग्रेस। तो यहाँ पे हमें दिखाई दे रहा है कि कोविड की वजह से प्रोग्रेस पेस थोड़ी कम हो गई थी और फिर से बढ़ रही है। ये देखें आपका तो कंट्री का 10 आज की तारीख में क्या स्टेटस है, और पहले जब हमने मिशन शुरुआत किया था तब उसका क्या स्टेटस है, ये हम देख सकते हैं। इसमें एक डिस्ट्रिक्ट व्यू भी है, डायरेक्टली हम डिस्ट्रिक्ट लेवल पे किस तरह से दिखाई देता है और ये किस तरह से चेंज हुआ है, इसको भी हम देख सकते हैं यहाँ पे। अब मैं क्विकली आपको एक फिर उसके बाद नीचे वही टेबल है हमारे हर एक स्टेट के लिए, कितने कितने हाउस होल्ड्स हैं, कितने उसमें कनेक्शन हैं, कितने दिए गए। जैसे बिहार की बात करूं तो बिहार में 1,72,000 हाउस होल्ड हैं, 1,72,00,000 हाउस होल्ड हैं, एंड 1,50,00,000 हाउस होल्ड को कनेक्शन दे दिया गया है। कल 3,000 कनेक्शन की उन्होंने एंट्री की है। गुजरात में कल 2,600 की कल उन्होंने एंट्री की है। तो इस तरह से हम हर एक स्टेट वाइज देख लेते हैं। ड्यूरिंग द मिशन कितने कनेक्शंस दिए गए वो भी हम नीचे की टेबल में देख रहे हैं, ताकि हमें क्या प्रोग्रेस है वो भी हमें पता चले। नाउ कमिंग बैक टू एनी ऑफ द स्टेट्स, सो लेट अस टेक एग्जांपल ऑफ हरियाणा ही लेते हैं एग्जांपल। तो हरियाणा पे आप क्लिक करेंगे यहाँ पे, तो हरियाणा का स्पेसिफिक डैशबोर्ड आपको खुल जाएगा, जिसमें यही सारी चीजें जो नेशनल डैशबोर्ड पे हैं, यही सारी चीजें आपको हरियाणा के लिए दिखाई देंगी। जस्ट अ सेकेंड, या हाँ, अब ये देखें आप, हरियाणा के लिए आप हरियाणा में काफी सारे उनके जिले 100% हो गए हैं। तो ये देखिए सबसे पहले कितने उनके हाउस होल्ड थे, कितने कनेक्शन शुरुआत में थे, और हाउ मेनी कनेक्शंस आर टुडे, दैट आल्सो वी कैन सी। सो यू सी दैट 21 districts of Haryana have already become 100% FSTC. Only one district new is remaining, and accordingly 6,700 villages have become 100% FSTC. फिर आप देखें प्रोग्रेस ऑफ वर्क इन विलेजेस, तो 37 विलेजेस हैं जहाँ पे काम भी शुरू होना बाकी है, चल रहा है। फिर ये देखें यहाँ पे फिर वही डिस्ट्रिक्ट वाइज सेम इन्फॉर्मेशन, कितने हाउस होल्ड्स हैं, कितने में वाटर सप्लाई है, और व्हाट इज द परसेंटेज, ये हम देख सकते हैं। फिर फाइनेंशियल प्रोग्रेस भी है कि इस 21-22 में कितना ओपनिंग बैलेंस था, कितना अलोकेशन हुआ, एश्योर्ड फंड था, ये सब पब्लिक डोमेन में है। फिर उसके बाद डिस्ट्रिक्ट वाइज सेम चीज है, तो मैं डिस्ट्रिक्ट वाइज नहीं जाऊंगा। ये इसमें मैं आपको जल्दी से जो इसका विलेज वाला फीचर है वो दिखा दूं। तो किसी भी एक डिस्ट्रिक्ट में हम जाते हैं, जैसे जिंद डिस्ट्रिक्ट में जाते हैं। ये जिंद डिस्ट्रिक्ट है, इसमें कोई भी एक विलेज हम टाइप करते हैं। अब जैसे ये है अखीरा विलेज है, मैं इसको सेलेक्ट किया, जैसे ए टाइप किया तो उसकी लिस्ट पूरी आ जाती है। तो यहाँ मैंने अखीरा टाइप किया, तो ये अखीरा विलेज के बारे में हम देखते हैं क्या क्या इन्फॉर्मेशन उपलब्ध है डैशबोर्ड पे। अब ये देखिए जो आप लोगों ने इंफॉर्मेशन दी है उसके हिसाब से, मतलब हरियाणा पीएचई ने जो इंफॉर्मेशन दी है कि एक ही हैबिटेशन है यहाँ खीरा में और 100% हर घर जल विलेज है। ये पॉपुलेशन जो है 4,000 के आसपास है, जिसमें एससी की पॉपुलेशन 684 है, 744 घर हैं और सबको कनेक्शन दिया जा चुका है, सारे घरों को कनेक्शन दिया जा चुका है। अब इसमें देखें तो ये लिस्ट भी पूरी आती है, कितने घरों को कनेक्शन, किस क्या बेनिफिशियरी का नाम है और हैबिटेशन कौन सा, ये सब सारी इंफॉर्मेशन की डिटेल लिस्ट है। और किसी को अगर लगता है कि ठीक नहीं है तो इसका रिपोर्ट कर सकते हैं। एक इंफॉर्मेशन यहाँ पे ऊपर और दी जाती है कि 274 हाउस होल्ड ऐसे हैं जिनका डिटेल नहीं भरा गया है, तो इसको हमें इमीडिएटली भरना है। जहां जहां काम हमारा पूरा हो गया, ये बेनिफिशियरी की, ये हमारा एक काम है कि हम अपने जब जेईस को रिव्यू करें तो उनसे कहें कि भाई तुम्हारे जो सारे बेनिफिशियरीज की डेटा तुमने भर दिया या नहीं भर दिया। क्यों? क्योंकि ये फाइनली जब हम पानी समिति के लिए ऐप बना रहे हैं तो उनके लिस्ट में ऑटो पॉपुलेट होना चाहिए और जब वो ऐड करें तो ऐड कर सकें, तो ये इजी हो, ताकि हमारा प्लानिंग इजी हो जाए। नाउ कमिंग बैक टू दिस, आप देखें स्कूल्स, आंगनवाड़ी, ग्राम पंचायत बिल्डिंग, कैटल ट्रफ, कम्युनिटी एंड बेदिंग वॉशिंग ब्लॉक, स्टोरेज रिजर्वायर्स, कम्युनिटी सेंटर, ये सारे जो असेट्स हैं जो जेजेएम के अंदर क्रिएट किए जा सकते हैं इन या पहले से क्रिएटेड हैं, इन सब की इंफॉर्मेशन, लोकेशनल इंफॉर्मेशन हम ले रहे हैं और इसको डिस्प्ले करा रहे हैं आपके लिए। स्कूल्स का कवरेज 3 स्कूल है, 6 आंगनवाड़ी है, सबको दे दिया गया है, ये भी इसमें आ गया। सरपंच कौन है? करमवीर भाई यहाँ के सरपंच हैं, उनका इन्फॉर्मेशन दिखाई दे रहा है। कुलदीप जी पंप ऑपरेटर हैं, उनका इन्फॉर्मेशन है। विमेन आइडेंटिफाइड फॉर फील्ड टेस्ट के, वो भी दिखाई दे रहा है। स्किल्ड ह्यूमन रिसोर्स इन्होंने अभी आइडेंटिफाई नहीं किया है। मतलब क्या है, गांव में अगर कुछ प्लम्बिंग का काम करना है, तो किसको संपर्क करें उसकी इंफॉर्मेशन आइडेंटिफाई करके यहाँ पे दे देना अच्छा है, क्योंकि अल्टीमेटली पानी समिति को यूटिलिटी की तरह काम करवाना है। वो तभी फंक्शन कर पाएगी भाई कि मुश्किल में किसको संपर्क करें, पहला सबसे पहले किसको संपर्क करें, किससे काम कराएं। तो ये इंफॉर्मेशन उनको भी पता होनी चाहिए और पब्लिक हेल्थ इंजीनियरिंग ऑफिसर को भी पता होनी चाहिए उस एरिया की, भाई कौन वहां पे काम कर रहा है, ताकि रिसोर्स मोबिलाइजेशन वो कर सके। सर्विस लेवल 58 एलपीसीडी है। वाटर क्वालिटी टेस्टिंग इनकी 3 महीने से इसमें डेटाबेस, इसमें दो चीजें हैं, या तो नहीं हुई है या WQMIS में हुई है और इस पे हम डाल नहीं पाए, तो वो इंटीग्रेशन हम कर रहे हैं, तो वो डेटा भी आ जाएगा जो WQMIS पे टेस्ट हो रहा है, वो आई थिंक इस वीक में हम इसको कर पाएंगे। और ये देखिए ग्रीवांस, किसी को ग्रीवांस है तो यहाँ से वो लॉन्च कर सकता है, ये वेब पोर्टल पे जाता है। जब मोबाइल वाला हमारा ऐप आ जाएगा तो मोबाइल से भी ग्रीवांस कोई भी लॉन्च कर सकेगा और वो आपको इन्फॉर्मेशन पता चलेगी। ये देखिए यहाँ पे उसी को समरी में यहाँ पे रखा गया है, कितनी स्कीम्स है। अब यहाँ पे देखें हरियाणा में इस पर्टिकुलर का हम देखें तो हमें पता चलेगा कि किस तरह का उन्होंने प्लानिंग की है। इमीडिएटली वी विल कम टू नो। मैं इस पे क्लिक कर रहा हूँ तो ये अभी एक टेबल आएगी, ये खुल रहा है मेरे ख्याल से, हाँ ये देखिए अब ये खुल गया। 2007-8 में खैर खेरी ऑगमेंटेशन वाटर सप्लाई की स्कीम थी। आंगनवाड़ी प्रोविजन की स्कीम 11-12 में बनाई है। अखीरा बैलेंस पाइपलाइन की स्कीम 12-13 में बनाई है। फिर रिवाइज 8-9 में, 15-16 में, 18-19 में, 20-21 में। तो ऑल दिस एक्सपेंडिचर इन पब्लिक डोमेन, लोग देख रहे हैं इसको, तो इसमें ऐसा बिल्कुल भी नहीं होना चाहिए कि इसको देखने के बाद लगे यार ये तो क्या फालतू टाइप का बहुत ज्यादा इन्वेस्टमेंट कर रखा है। मतलब ऑलरेडी जो एग्जिस्टिंग इन्वेस्टमेंट है वो यूज कर रहे हैं, नहीं कर रहे हैं, जब परफॉर्मेंस ऑडिट होगा आपका जो कि होगा, ये उस समय इन बातों को भी देखा जाएगा। अब ये देखिए टैब स्कूल्स इन सिमिलरली, गोइंग टू द नेक्स्ट थिंग, स्कूल्स एंड आंगनवाड़ी की जब हम बात करते हैं तो उसका भी एक हमारा टारगेट है और प्रायोरिटी जेजेएम में दी गई है कि हम उसको भी देखें। तो काफी सारे स्टेट्स हमारे हो गए हैं, जम्मू एंड कश्मीर, पंजाब, हरियाणा, गुजरात, तेलंगाना, आंध्र प्रदेश, तमिलनाडु और केरला, ये 100% हो चुके हैं, बाकी लोग तेजी से आगे बढ़ रहे हैं। फिर इसको आप खुद एक्सप्लोर कर लीजिएगा, सेम लाइन पे है, मेरे पास टाइम कम है इसलिए मैं थोड़ा क्विकली यहाँ पे रैप अप करूंगा अगले 5 मिनट में। ये देखिए इसमें जो जेजेएम के प्रायोरिटी डिस्ट्रिक्ट हैं, एस्पायरेशनल डिस्ट्रिक्ट हैं, JEAS डिस्ट्रिक्ट हैं, उसको आप प्लीज यहाँ पे देखिए, क्योंकि डैशबोर्ड में दुनिया देख रही है। ये सारे डिस्ट्रिक्ट का मैप आपने देखा था पहले में, अब केवल एस्पिरेशनल का मैं कर दूं क्लिक, यहाँ ऊपर मैं यहाँ पे क्लिक करूंगा तो केवल एस्पिरेशनल डिस्ट्रिक्ट यहाँ पे फिल्टर होकर के आ जाएंगे। ये देखिए ये हमारे एस्पिरेशनल डिस्ट्रिक्ट हैं अक्रॉस द स्टेट्स। एस्पिरेशनल डिस्ट्रिक्ट वो डिस्ट्रिक्ट हैं जहाँ पे हम इन जनरल ह्यूमन डेवलपमेंट इंडिसेस कम है तो उसको हम प्रमोट करना चाहते हैं। तो देखें तो ऐसे इन डिस्ट्रिक्ट का टोटल अगर हम करें तो 3,38,000 हाउस होल्ड, उसकी लिस्ट भी यहाँ पे नीचे दी गई है और वो रैंक भी आ रही है कि कौन सा डिस्ट्रिक्ट कितना है। अभी जैसे देखें दांतेवाड़ा में अभी वहां पे काम चालू ही नहीं हुआ है। छत्तीसगढ़, राजस्थान, झारखंड, झारखंड, छत्तीसगढ़, तो ये सारे में अभी बहुत पीछे हैं ये लोग। जबकि यहाँ पे देखें तेलंगाना में ऑफकोर्स का उनका 100 तीनों डिस्ट्रिक्ट तेलंगाना के हो गए हैं। फिर ये हरियाणा में काफी आगे हैं, बिहार में बहुत आगे हैं, पंजाब में दे हैव टेकन ड्यू केयर, आंध्र प्रदेश कडप्पा है उनका, दैट इज दे हैव, दिस इज मोर देन आवर नेशनल एवरेज। तो यहाँ पे डेडलाइन चूंकि हमारी मार्च 22 है, तो इन डिस्ट्रिक्ट को ज्यादा फोकस करें, और सिमिलरली JES डिस्ट्रिक्ट क्लिक करेंगे तो आएगा। मैं उस पर JES पे अभी नहीं जा रहा हूँ, मैं आपको सेंसर का जो हमारा पायलट है उसके बारे में आई विल जस्ट एक्सप्लेन फॉर नेक्स्ट 4 मिनट्स, कि ऑनलाइन हम डैशबोर्ड पे पूरी दुनिया के सामने डिस्प्ले कर रहे हैं, और दिस टाइप ऑफ सिस्टम विल come to you also, and you will access it through your mobile phones, and this is how our service delivery assurance will be provided, कि कहीं पे कोई भी प्रॉब्लम हो हमें पहले पता चले और उसका एक सिस्टम डेवलप हो। और इसलिए पानी समिति के साथ पार्टनरशिप करना बहुत जरूरी है, क्योंकि वो अगर आप नहीं कर पाएंगे तो आप स्पीड ही नहीं बढ़ पाएगी आपकी। अगर सिंपल सा लीकेज है, या एक आदमी गांव, मतलब कोई कंप्लेन आई गांव में, तो एक आदमी तो गांव का होना चाहिए ना, जो घूम घाम करके पहली इंफॉर्मेशन बता सके यार ये किस, व्हाट इज द नेचर ऑफ द प्रॉब्लम। जैसे हमारा हेल्थ सिस्टम है, प्राइमरी केयर, फिर सेकेंडरी केयर, फिर टर्सरी में आते हैं, तो वैसे ही पानी समिति जो है हमारी, वो प्राइमरी केयर यूनिट्स हैं टू इंश्योर सर्विस डिलीवरी। इस माइंडसेट से हमें काम करना। अब ये देखिए जो मैं दिखा रहा था कि ये विलेजेस हैं जहाँ पे ये है। अब जैसे किथ विलेज में मैं जाता हूँ, आई विल गो टू द किथ विलेज, दिस इज द इन तहरी गढ़वाल ऑफ उत्तराखंड। इसमें बेसिक इंफॉर्मेशन है यहाँ पे, मैप ये देखिए लोड हो गया, यहाँ पे विलेज की डिटेल्स हैं, यहाँ के VWSC चेयरमैन मिस्टर बिमल प्रसाद हैं, उनका मोबाइल नंबर भी है। ये हमने जानबूझ करके रखा है सो दैट एनीबडी कैन गेट होल्ड ऑफ हिम टू अंडरस्टैंड कैसे काम कर रहे हैं। इनका देखिए चूंकि देखिए ग्रेविटी बेस्ड स्कीम है इनकी, स्प्रिंग सोर्स ग्रेविटी है, 208 लीटर सेम नेटवर्क से 208 का LPCD अचीव कर पा रहे हैं। सप्लाई लेवल इनका काफी इरेटिक है, ग्रेविटी है, डिमांड के हिसाब से वेरी होता है, लेकिन अभी पिछले कुछ दिनों से आप देखेंगे तो 55 के एबव ही आ रहा है, कम नहीं आ रहा है। क्लोरीनेशन आप देखेंगे तो बीच में कुछ प्रॉब्लम हो गई थी, बहुत ही यहाँ पे वेरिएशन हो रहा है, और अब जाकर के ये थोड़ा सा स्टेबलाइज कर पाए हैं, लेकिन फिर से मेरे ख्याल से अभी से मिनिमम क्लोरीनेशन लेवल पे ये है। डेली वाटर सप्लाई का जो ट्रेंड है ये यहाँ पे दिखाई दे रहा है। तो ये बेसिक इंफॉर्मेशन आपको इस तरह से। अब दूसरा मैं एग्जांपल देता हूँ इसका, ऐसे विलेज का जो जैसे मैं बात कर रहा था, यहाँ पानी भी नहीं, यहाँ पानी इलेक्ट्रिसिटी नहीं है, और राजस्थान का ये विलेज है, ट्राइबल विलेज है, लोकल नो हाउ भी इतनी ज्यादा नहीं है, लेकिन वहां पे भी आराम से मेंटेन हो रहा है सिस्टम। बट एक कॉशन है, एक कॉशन है इसमें। 55 LPCD पानी सप्लाई हो रहा है, डिटेल्स यहाँ पे दी हुई हैं, किस तरह से ट्रेंड दिखाई दे रहा है। हमने यहाँ ग्राउंड वाटर सेंसर भी लगाया, तो किस तरह से ग्राउंड वाटर बिहेव कर रहा है ये भी पता चलेगा। कुछ कम हुआ फिर बढ़ रहा है, बरसात के बाद से कंटिन्यूअसली ग्राउंड वाटर लेवल यहाँ पे बढ़ रहा है। क्लोरीन देखें तो क्लोरीन यहाँ पे स्थिति बहुत अच्छी नहीं है, मतलब यहाँ पे जो हमारे पब्लिक हेल्थ इंजीनियरिंग के लोग हैं, आई वुड से राजस्थान के, थोड़ा इनसेंसिटिविटी दिखा रहे हैं, और दे आर नॉट ओनिंग इट। मतलब पानी में क्लोरीनेशन को अगर एश्योर करना है आपको, तो टेल एंड पे 0.2 ppm आपको पहुंचा देना है। तो उसके लिए व्हाट वुड बी द क्लोरीन डिमांड, वो आप एक बार कैलकुलेट कर लीजिए, उसका एक एक्सपेरिमेंट कर लीजिए, देख लीजिए, एंड देन यू अकॉर्डिंगली ट्रेन द लोकल पर्सन सो दैट ही कंटिन्यूअसली इज एबल टू मेंटेन द क्लोरीन डिमांड। और अगर ये हम इतने सालों से हम वाटर सप्लाई सिस्टम हम कर रहे हैं, और इस पे हमारा ध्यान बिल्कुल कम है, मतलब आई वुड से आप सभी काफी नॉलेजेबल एग्जीक्यूटिव इंजीनियर्स हैं, लेकिन इस बात पे ध्यान बिल्कुल नहीं हो रहा है हमारा कि हम क्लोरीन डिमांड को कैलकुलेट करके एक आदमी को ट्रेन कर सकें, और उसके हिसाब से वो कितनी क्वांटिटी उसमें डालनी है, क्योंकि एक मिनिमम और मैक्सिमम लेवल में ही मेंटेन करना है। टेल एंड पे हमें मिनिमम 0.2 उसकी जो वैल्यू है वो अचीव होनी चाहिए, बट नहीं हो पा रही है, मतलब समहाउ यहाँ पे प्रॉब्लम है। राजस्थान के लोग सिंसियर नहीं, पूरा देश मैं तो ये कहूंगा पूरा देश हंस रहा है कि भाई वहां पे क्लोरिनेशन नहीं हो रहा। रेजिडुअल प्रेशर देखें यहाँ पे ठीक है। तो इस तरह से ये सिस्टम्स हैं। तो केवल मेजरमेंट मॉनिटर करके हम इसको पब्लिक डोमेन में रख देने से बात नहीं बन जाएगी, इसको हमें जो बाकी के प्रोसेसेस हैं उसको भी हमें इंश्योर करना पड़ेगा। और जो JJM के कोर गोल्स हैं कि पार्टनरशिप करनी है, आपको लोकल पानी समिति के साथ करनी है, हेल्थ डिपार्टमेंट के साथ करनी है, आपके जो स्किल्ड मैनफोर्स है उसके साथ करनी है, और इन सब की पार्टनरशिप के साथ हमें ये गोल अचीव करना है ऑफ अश्योर्ड वाटर सप्लाई. आई थिंक आई हैव रीच माय टाइम. So thank you so much. Thank you for giving me this opportunity. And for any questions, I would say ki kindly, we did not have time for question and answer. Kindly email me, or I would ask the academy to compile the question and send it to me. I will reply on that. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir, for your wonderful session. सर ने बहुत ही डिटेल में IoT का फंक्शन बताया. इसके अलावा सर ने डैशबोर्ड को बहुत अच्छे से ऑपरेट करना बताया, और आई होप कि सभी लोग हम लोग ये जो डैशबोर्ड का ऑपरेशन है उसको करने में सक्षम होंगे. बहुत ही डिटेल में सर ने इसको बताया है, और हमें सभी ने अपने मोबाइल में जो डैशबोर्ड है उसको अपलोड करना होगा. और जैसे रूपा मिश्रा मैम ने भी कल कहा था कि इसको डेली सुबह उठ के देखना है और फिर अपने काम करने हैं. थैंक यू अगेन सर. Thank you so much for your wonderful presentation, sir. Now it is our privilege that Additional Secretary and Mission Director, Ministry of Jal Jeevan, Ministry of Jal Shakti, Mr. Bharat Lal sir has joined us. It gives me great pleasure to introduce and welcome Mr. Bharat Lal sir, Additional Secretary and Mission Director, Ministry of Jal Jeevan Mission. Sir, 1998 batch IAS officer, has done his
sir will join within a minute.
Okay. Sir join कर चुके थे ना. So any question, participants are requested for the queries and questions. Sir जैसे ही करेंगे. Actually मेरे पास यहाँ कंप्यूटर भी है ना. कोई क्वेश्चन होगा तो आप सर से पूछ सकते हैं. सर हमारे साथ हैं. लेक्चर सर भी हमारे साथ जुड़ गए हैं. गुड मॉर्निंग सर. सर आपका माइक ऑफ है.
ओके, गुड मॉर्निंग. साहब के बाद है ना मेरा?
हाँ, साहब के बाद सर आपका.
ओके, नो प्रॉब्लम.
मैं सभी से अनुरोध करूंगी कि आप सभी अपना कैमरा ऑन रखेंगे और माइक ऑफ करेंगे जब भी सर का एड्रेस होगा. सर जो भी Good morning, sir. Now it is our privilege that Additional Secretary and Mission Director, Ministry of Jal Shakti, Mr. Bharat Lal sir has joined us. It gives me a great pleasure to introduce and welcome sir, Additional Secretary and Mission Director, Ministry of Jal Shakti. Sir is 1998 batch IS officer, has done his master's in biochemistry and carried out research work in AIIMS Delhi. As a mission director, sir is handling Jal Jeevan Mission, which aims to enable functional household tap connection that is assured portable tap water supply every rural household by 2024. For a long period, sir has worked in drinking water and sanitation sector, both at center and Gujarat state. Sir has involved in sector reforms in water stated in 1999 by the government of India. Sir played a vital role in formulating, planning, and implementation decentralized, demand-driven, and community-managed water supply sanitation, and water resource management for ensuring water security in drought-prone Gujarat state. Post earthquake in Gujarat, Sir had set up Water and Sanitation Management Organization (WASMO) in 2002, which facilitate potable water in drinking water and sanitation sector. Success of this initiative, Sir, has been acknowledged by concurring Prime Minister's Civil Service Award, Commonwealth Association for Public Administration and Management Award, and United Nations Public Service Award, WASMO. Prior to this, Sir has worked as Additional Secretary to the Honorable President of India, Sri Ram Nath Kovind ji, at Rashtrapati Bhavan. As Resident Commissioner of Gujarat, Sir promoted as facilitated investment in Gujarat. Sir has vast experience in policy making at the highest level, both of national and international issues. Sir had the privilege of working with Honorable Prime Minister of India since 2001, when he became Chief Minister of Gujarat. Presently, as I mentioned, Sir is working in the Additional Secretary and Mission Director of Ministry of Jal Shakti, and also core team managing COVID-19 pandemic caused by coronavirus in the country. Sir, we are very fortunate to have you here, sir. Thank you so much, sir. And I request you, sir, address us. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Geeta. Thank you very much for kind words. It's my privilege, and I'm genuinely, I've been looking forward for this forum actually to talk to you, to interact with you. And needless to mention here that by now everybody is aware about Jal Jeevan Mission. And I need not to go into basics. But one thing is there, that if we have to achieve the goal of Jal Jeevan Mission, we have to work collectively. We have to work together. We have to forge this partnership to bring that change in the lives of people. So I think we have to understand the requirement of this mission, the whole objective. And accordingly, I think we have to work together. And when we say we have to work together, it's not only, let's say, administrator, senior government officials, or top level people. May I request everybody to mute? May I request everybody who is not speaking, kindly mute yourself, kindly, because it echoes too much, and whatever you are talking, everybody is listening, so it is disturbing. So kindly mute yourself if you are not speaking in the. So when I say that partnership, I think we have to understand partnership with whom. The meaning of this partnership has to be understood. I think we should not forget. And era and time has changed. We have to understand in what kind of era, what kind of time we are living in. Friends, I think you are the real soldier of this program, who are on the ground doing great service, and you are in the business of making of this modern India, what you call New India. Your work will reflect what kind of country you want to make. Your work will reflect what kind of infrastructure, what kind of services, what kind of ease of living, what kind of quality of life people are going to have. So it is in your hand to not only make your families and your loved ones' future, but I think society, the larger society, which basically we are aiming at. I think keep this thing in mind, but let me give you the background. And let me give you the overarching picture. I don't want to go into nitty-gritty, which you all know, but allow me to just give you some basic aspect of this program. Please understand that I think in the country, the government endeavor is to improve the lives of people, quality of life. And that's why since last 7 years, Honorable Prime Minister, one after another. The kind of programs have been launched, which is going to have or already had profound impact on the quality of life. And kindly see it from below, not from top. Below in the sense that if somebody doesn't have the housing, the person must get house. If you don't have toilet facility, you should have toilet facility. You should have electricity. You should have cooking gas. You should have access to, let's say, good roads. You should have access to healthcare facilities. If suppose there is some problem, then Ayushman Bharat under this kind of insurance-driven healthcare. So I think a number of programs, schemes have been taken up. Similarly, for rural India, for farmers, a number of programs have been taken. The purpose of each and every program is to bring that change in the lives of people. And in that change, I think after air, the most essential and most crucial service is clean drinking water. So please understand, you are providing a service which is more important, more critical than the even healthcare or education or anything. It's a question of survival. It's a question of people's living. So please understand that you are in the business of providing the critical care service. Just like in health, once you are admitted in hospital, then you realize the importance of critical health care. And here, by providing good clean drinking water, improving sanitation, bringing that change, ensuring that grey water doesn't go untreated into rivers, rivulets, springs, you can improve the quality of life. You can improve the socioeconomic condition of people. You can improve the overall health. You can improve the public health. So I think please understand your role. And second thing, which I repeatedly try to tell my colleagues, please don't forget that in the changing time, what is our role? Two things you always keep in mind, that if anybody has any problem, any complaint, any challenge, any issue, today technology enables the person that he or she can highlight, he can broadcast his problem to whole world. Forget about your superior officer. So it means two things. A, powerful technology which enables everybody to highlight his complaints, his grievance to whole world, not only to your district, your state, your country, but whole world. And B, the biggest problem is that expectation of people that their problem should be solved without any further delay. It means we have to develop a system where people's grievances basically reach to us first, rather than going to broadcast it everywhere. It means we have to change our way of working. It means we have to set up those kind of public grievance redressal system where anybody and everybody should have faith in our system, in you, that if this problem is posed to you, you will certainly attend it, rather than broadcasting to everybody. So I think as a public health engineer, we have to keep this aspect in mind, that the people are not ready to wait for days and weeks and months together for clean drinking water. If they are having any kind of problem, they can broadcast to the whole world and they expect immediate solution, number one. Number two, they have to have faith. It means we have to be so proactive, so reachable, and we have to develop that kind of system. Let's see it. If every executive engineer and deputy engineer, they form a group on WhatsApp. Whereby Gram Panchayat Sarpanch or Village Water Sanitation Committee chief, as well as secretary, as well as your deputy engineer, assistant engineer, JE, everybody is on that group. You can understand how efficient system can be. If anybody is having any problem, it can reach to you and you can address the problem. So kindly, my first message to all of you, that use that technology, the modern technology, whether it's a Facebook or WhatsApp or any technology. to reach out to people, to listen to them, and to sort out their problem. And second, please understand that our role is slightly changing. See, pre-independence, Britishers thought that they are very knowledgeable. They understand the technology, they understand the modern world, they are very, very, good in everything. So that, what was the system? That they brought a system where basically they became master and rest of the people became subject. So relationship was master and subject. But post-independence in democracy, and as we evolve, this relationship of master and subject has no place in modern governance. Let's understand that we are public servant. And in public health engineering department, I do expect, and that is a philosophy we have to understand, that the village people, the community, we are essentially public servant, and we are providing services to that community, that people, and that group. What does it mean in our change of behavior, in change of working? Kindly appreciate and understand what kind of change we do expect. It means we have to listen to them. For example, if any of you want to get your house constructed, or your apartment constructed, or your whole house is constructed, you give the brief to your architect that this is my requirement. This is my requirement. The architect is very knowledgeable, but he cannot decide on his own what kind of bedroom you want, what kind of bathroom, what kind of size, what kind of direction, where. If he or she basically prepares the design and execute it as per his whims and fancy, his understanding, his supreme knowledge, I think it may not be of your great use. So it means the second point is that we are like architect. When we are designing, we are preparing estimates, we have to sit with people and we have to take their input and design to meet their requirement. The best design estimate is that where people become basically self-dependent, Atmanirbhar, in terms of water supply. Please understand, like your own children's lives, the moment you become irrelevant, they are not dependent on you. That is the best stage in life. No father, no mother, no family would like that their children remain dependent on the family for whole life. It means similarly in case of water supply, I think we have to ensure a system where village people, A, the system should be so sturdy, so scientifically correct, technologically correct, and B, where dependence on outside forces, including you and me, gets eliminated. Means they are able to operate, maintain, manage the system. They are able to operate, maintain, and manage the system. I think this we have to understand. We are coming from the same stock, same village, same area. I think our duty is, in this new India, our duty is to empower people, to make them capable, because under the constitution, within the village, water supply, grey water management, our drinking water sources, our public health, this responsibility has been given to Gram Panchayat, our local body. And our duty is facilitator. Like in Government of India level, what I am doing, I am trying to facilitate the whole thing. That's so that you can execute. Your job is you have to facilitate. It's not like that we are trying to keep power with ourselves. It's a that kind of thing. एक ये जरा इसको और उधर करो, ऊपर से क्लिक में राइट में. My request is that if no same रहने दो, switch off.
Sir, your mic is mute. Camera on करें. Camera on करें. Sir, mic is mute. Unmute the permission.
Please unmute yourself, sir.
Sir,
Yeah, sorry.
Your mic is not.
There was some technical glitch. Okay. My request is that everybody is busy, like you and me. Everybody is busy. All those who are busy in their work, they can log out. There is no need for them to attend this workshop. If you are attending, please attend with full concentration and focus on this workshop. And if you are also working, please leave that workshop. You are not required, and just note that there, just report to concerned principal secretary. See all the videos. Who are not concentrating and busy in their other works, I think just report to their principal secretary and ACS that what kind of officers they are. Just look at each and everything and just inform them. Take note and just huge public investment is being made on you on attending this workshop. Keep on looking, changing, and we are trying to impart that knowledge and sensitivity. And I'm very sorry that I'm seeing some officers here, some executive engineer who are here. They lack basic etiquettes, manners. That kind of serious talk is going and they are busy in something. So kindly, if you have some important work, you can log out and please attend this thing. Please don't insult your speakers. Okay? Now listen very carefully what we are trying. This Jal Jeevan Mission is a different kind of program. We all have to fall in line. The basic principle we have to understand, and we have to work in the fashion, the way it has been given in the basic guidelines, operational guidelines for the implementation of Jal Jeevan Mission. Kindly keep that in mind. Now, second part is that there is a Margdarshika or handbook. You all have to be master of that Margdarshika because you are the basic person who are going to implement it, and it means you as well as your colleagues, whether it's a junior engineer or deputy engineer or assistant engineer, everybody has to read it. And thirdly, this Margdarshika has to be translated in local language and has to be taken to Village Water and Sanitation Committee or Pani Samiti or Gram Panchayat. Our field people from National Jal Jeevan Mission, we are going everywhere and we are collecting this data, whether this Margdarshika has been provided to Village Panchayat and Gram Samiti, Pani Samiti or not. If it has not been provided, it means there is a problem. So kindly keep in mind that this program is not a very superficial, and the way it used to be, it is a very different kind of program where it requires absolute dedication, absolute devotion. If we don't have dedication and devotion, then probably this program is not for people like us. So we have to concentrate. We have to ensure that we are basically concentrating in full way. Now coming back, please understand our role is just like an architect. The owner of the scheme is the Gram Panchayat or Village Water and Sanitation Committee or Pani Samiti. We are not the owner. You and me are not the owner of the scheme. So they are the owner. It means holding the meeting, understanding their requirement and keeping in their view, preparing a scheme. We are technical people and we should be able to prepare a scheme as per their need, as per their demand and as per their expectation. And most importantly, the most important factor is sustainability of source, sustainability of system. Sustainability of source and sustainability of system. Sustainability of system means what? I think the simpler the scheme, single village scheme, it is much easier for them to operate and maintain, and they can be self-dependent. They can be Atmanirbhar. They are not dependent on outside. Wherever there is there is a compulsion, there is no way out. Yes, you will go for multi-village scheme. If tribal area or desert area are in many hills, basically, we have to use solar power wherever possible. It's quite possible the capital cost might go up, but operational cost for the whole design period will come down. So please understand this has to be done, especially this kind of gathering which you are. We have to try to capture as much as possible sources from upper regions, basically gravity-based system, so that regular operation and maintenance costs, electricity costs come down. That we have to ensure, that is our duty, that wherever possible, pumping must be avoided. Wherever possible, pumping must be avoided, and that, kindly think about this. Any nation can develop and progress when there is a uniformity in the approach. And instead of one person or 10% or 100 people, I think thousands and thousands people, they get into, and it becomes a movement. Jal Jeevan Mission has to become a movement. Under Prime Minister announced it on 15th August 2019. I leave it to your conscience. How many of you have read line by line the operational guidelines for the implementation of Jal Jeevan Mission, as well as Margdarshika, and has internalized it? Have discussed with your team after going, if you have not already done, please, after going back, sit with your team, all your district team, all your division team, all your subdivision team, discuss with them. It's a finer points, it's essence, it's approach. You are enlightened people. Thirdly, I think we all should not have this kind of illusion that I am the most capable person and knowledgeable person. So third thing is very important. Please appreciate that people like you and me, at least you have been fortunate. Having engineering degree, mostly civil engineer, maybe mechanical engineer, you join public health department, and overnight you become public health engineer. Few of you might have been very fortunate to have a formal training, reorientation, and more vigorous exposure, understanding to public health engineering. But unfortunately, we have not been able to develop a system in the country where everybody is coming on the same page and start understanding the public health engineering, because it's our systematic fault. We get inducted into public health engineering department. We are civil engineer. We start performing the role of public health engineer, presuming that we all have knowledge and expertise and insight about public health engineering. We also start working as a contract manager, as a project manager, as a finance manager. And unfortunately, we have not been able to devise our training program, our capacity building program for our public health engineer. This mission, National Jal Jeevan Mission, this is basically doing this job. Please see the transition. A civil engineers get into the system. He or she has to perform the role of a contract manager, a project manager. Then he or she has to also perform the role of public health engineer. And now you are expected to perform the role of utility manager and facilitator, enabler. Kindly appreciate this role, and this journey is very tough. And what we have done to empower you to build your capacity and capability, let me explain you. You in your group, please inform people. We have two vertical. Number one, in the country, we have identified more than 100 good institutions. Unfortunately, because of COVID, everybody is unable to travel, but good institutions, reputed institutions, basically, where all levels, whether it's engineer-in-chief or chief engineer or super engineer or executive engineer and down below, everybody gets exposure, training, and his or her capacity building. Now, what we are trying to do, we have categorized them into three categories. Level 1 for higher level, level 2 आप लोग जो लोग यहाँ हैं, and third is funny. Third लोग जो हैं वो ग्राम पंचायत or our junior engineer, deputy engineer, those kind of people. So there are, I think, 9 institutions who have identified as a level 1 institution for higher level training and exposure, level or reorientation or bring that change. Second category is around 29-30 institutions, which are basically for people like you. And third category is basically for lower level, our public health engineer, as well as, simultaneously, we are talking to and we are working with Israel, Singapore, and Hungary, for people like you to take them for higher level kind of exposure and training. And this will be on selection basis based on your performance. all those who are showing potential that they can get turned into a good public health engineer, good public utility managers, they will be given second round of higher level of training, higher level of exposure. Kindly appreciate, kindly work out that, that thing. Third thing, what we are doing in the country, see, every services or every sector has its own apex institution. People like have our services academy. In many other places, we have those kind of academy. See, income tax, our administration, our police, everybody is having those kind of things. What we are trying to do in Kolkata, we are setting up a apex center, which will be a kind of your alma mater, a national institute of public health engineering or water sanitation management. So we are trying to set up this thing. It's a very advanced stage, and very shortly we will be starting. So at national level, we are setting a national institute. It will perform 5 functions. Kindly note down these 5 functions, and it should become your alma mater, and you have to get involved in its improvement, its own development. A, it will go for training. It's an apex institution, whole country, they will coordinate training. B is education. Suppose you want to do your master's program in public health engineering or water management or grey water or certificate course. So this institution will be doing education. Third, this institution will be also doing research, including some of you, if you want to do a PhD or some research work, it will be open to you. And 2 more things, any state or any division or any circle, if needs some kind of assistance, this institution will have expertise and it provide advice or consultancy services to state on any challenge, any problem. And fifthly, this institution is again supposed to do outreach activity, reaching out to everybody, connecting them and networking them. So this is the national level institution. Then we are setting up 2 centers of excellence, one in IIT Madras in Chennai, and second in IIT Gandhinagar, center of excellence where our public health engineer can go get training. It could be 1 week, 3 weeks, 3 months, whole year. They can get degree, they can build their capacity and go to next level. The Western India, Gandhinagar, because it's a water scarce region, so this will be more focusing on sources and system, sustainability of sources and sustainability of systems, management. Chennai, IIT Chennai, that will be more working towards technology, whether it's a sensor-based technology or data analytics or measurement and monitoring system, our control and command system, so our water treatment technologies, etc. So then it means at the top, this is the Kolkata center, then 2 centers of excellence in Chennai and in Gandhinagar, which will basically open to you to do short-term, long-term, medium-term programs, including research, including degree, and you hone your skill, make your skills better. And third level will be in 5 institutions have been identified where we are going to set up professor chair. These professor chair will be in 5 different fields. For example, in IIT Guwahati, it will be on water treatment technology, grey water and water treatment technology in IIT Guwahati. There will be a professor chair, means there is 1 professor and then various other officers, 7, 8 people basically, a kind of, in future it will develop into a department. So IIT Guwahati, it will have a water treatment technologies. Second is at IIT Kanpur, it is about data science, data analytics and computer science, use of all this system into water supply systems. Third is IIT Jodhpur. Again, it will be working on sustainability of sources, on drinking water sources. Fourth is TIS, Mumbai, Tata Institute of Social Sciences, Mumbai, which will be working on basically decentralization and local self-government, service delivery. And lastly, IIM Bangalore. IIM Bangalore will be working towards basically changing our public health department, water boards, Jal Nigam into a kind of public utility. So like in West, whether it's Europe or in North America, you go and drink tap water from tap. I think we all have, as an organization, we have to work. It is a matter of shame to me as a public health engineer, if tap water supply I am supplying and it is not conforming to prescribed quality standard. I think at our home, we all have some system some system, our own, which basically treats this water and then we drink. Sorry, that is not acceptable as a professional. And we are into business in improving your skills, your knowledge, improving your this thing, that you should be in a position to supply clean water, tap water, which people can drink time. Just think about electricity, which is less critical than the drinking water. When it's a very voltage goes up and down, quality of supply is not good. Imagine, there is a huge, basically, power cut. We install our own, let's say, voltage stabilizer. We also inverter and other, systems. Why people should invest? Every house should invest. Similarly, in rural area, in urban area, if you think about, I don't know, I mean, it's a diverse crowd, diverse gathering. All of us are having in one way or the other 24/7 supply, except that we have put our own system, a overhead tank, a small tank. Everybody is getting 24/7 supply. Everybody is having our own treatment, a small treatment plant, UV or filter or whatever call it, RO or something. Can a country like ours can afford this kind of mismanagement? Can't we as a professional ensure that in every village, the water which will be supplied will be clean, will be potable, there will not be any need for making alternate arrangement or treatment? I think we have to start working as a public health engineer in this context. Friends, in your districts, you must have seen that last year in November, December, survey was done. AG Nelson had gone, and many of you must be aware, and the report has been shared. We have not gone and tom and we made it public. But see, almost 20%, I'm taking all India picture, 20% water have bacteriological contamination. There is no fluorination. I think we must hang our head in shame. What kind of public health engineer we are? Can we afford to supply to our children that kind of water? Turbidity, some 10, 11%, whatever. All these, none of you can say that you don't have knowledge or information. Our technology is not available. It's a question of willpower. It's a question of taking pride that whatever water I supply, it is potable. And that's why I appeal to all of you that water quality testing, monitoring is the crucial element of public health engineering. And simultaneously, citizen must be empowered. Citizen must be empowered. If you have to protect democracy, you have to protect system. Citizens have to be empowered. They should be able to test the water. That surveillance-wise system. Just imagine that if you feel that or your some loved one feels some symptoms, show some system about COVID-19, and you have not been empowered. You have not been empowered to locate the laboratory where you can give your sample, get yourself tested for COVID-19. If imagine for 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, you are keep on waiting report for COVID, you keep on waiting that government somewhere you'll get recommendation and later and somebody then only you'll get your loved one or yourself admitted. What will happen to you? So let's treat the others the way we would like to be treated. I think this has been used in developing water quality management information system where anybody and everybody can get his or her water sample tested. Report should be made available as quickly, few hours, 8 hours, 10 hours, 24 hours. And if there are problems, we should proactively take remedial action, not wait. If in healthcare, we do expect that in my case, if I have symptoms, by one phone call, somebody should come and collect my sample, make me COVID-19 report available as quickly as possible. And government should take remedial action to provide me oxygen bed or ICU or get admitted. So friends, if we expect the government means the same people like you and me. So whatever subjects we are handling, at least do that in our own subject. I think let's not have that duplicity. If we are expecting that if we are expecting that the power supply which comes to my home has no disruption, it doesn't require stabilizer. Friends, please ensure that we have to have that mindset that the water supply has to be of the same thing, same kind of. If we expect that if I am having symptoms, I have doubts, no confirmation whether COVID is there or not. If we feel that some symptoms are there, I have developed doubt, I can get my sample tested, I can get report, and if it is positive, people, government, you and me will take immediate action to get me admitted. Same thing for my own subject, for water supply, I should be doing. You people are highly educated segment of society. There can't be a better. Kindly recall your student days. You were best in the society, best in that village, best in that mohalla. You chose engineering. My son, I said, yes, you should go for engineering because you are bright. And imagine, let me share my views. Most of us have become so tech phobic. We have so much phobia about tech. In your district, if on JJM IMIS, if you just make entry of self data, how many of you, I leave this thing to your conscience, your family is run by the salary you get because of this job. Your children are getting education, your mother, your wife, your children, they get treatment because of this job. Now, let me just ask you one question. I don't need any answer. I leave this question with you. How many people in the morning get up and open JJM dashboard and see that in my daily in one village, 5 village, 10 village, 1 hour you devote that this information is missing on your dashboard in the JJM information system. If information is missing, what kind of image we are conveying? In that village, you will find that these 5 field or 10 field are missing. If we are unable to hold meeting, if you are unable to make the data entry perfect, it is everywhere is showing in last 3 months, no test has been done. In last 3 months, water quality test has been done. Imagine, as a public health engineer, you know that before monsoon, for biological contamination, it has to be done. It has not been done. Our data has not been updated. My friends, that is not the way a new India, a modern India should work. And I expect that our engineers who are best in the society know they can't afford to work like this. Therefore, my request to all of you is that use this opportunity of this exposure and this understanding to improve our performance, to make our own life more meaningful. नौकरी चलती रहेगी, पैसा मिलता रहेगा, इज्जत नहीं मिलेगी. इज्जत नहीं मिलेगी. We will not earn respect. Respect can be earned if we understand that this job of public health engineer, as utility manager, as service provider, as a facilitator, what is my job? And if we don't identify those jobs, A, B, C, D, all these are what you are doing today is intermediary. You are implementing project, it's intermediate stage. You are doing finance management, it is. You are taking disciplinary action on somebody, is intermediate. All these are intermediate. Let's see that how many us are able to focus on the end, the goal. And goal is, without any doubt, functional household tap connection. Functionality has been decided in terms of quantity, quality, regularity, long-term basis, and more important, water should not come by in drops. It has to come with pressure. I need not to mention, this is the third time I have come in this department, and in Gujarat, I was fortunate enough to given the opportunity to work in water supply for 2001 to 2025, 2005-6. And I saw that once you are able to provide this kind of service to people, they treat you like God. They treat you like a God, great savior. Try to make your own life very meaningful by doing this job. Friends, in our generation, in our life, we haven't got this kind of opportunity where fund is not a constraint. It's a question of willpower. That money has been provided, do it. What you wanted to do it. Show it example, set that example. Your children, your grandchildren should feel proud. After 5 years, 10 years, 20 years, you go in that village and you can see that, that the system you have created is still 30 years, 40 years lasting and providing that service. I think this period is for that kind of thing. Well, in Jal Jeevan Mission, certain priority has been given. Priority is very clear. There is a higher thought. Please understand, you and me are basically implementer. Whatever policy has been decided, we have to implement. So it means aspirational district, it has to be given priority. There are certain region, for paucity of time, I will not go into detail. Quality affected habitation, if pipe water supply system cannot be made, it means 8 to 10 liter per person per day. It means 50 liter water should be available for drinking and cooking to each family. Similarly, it takes JES affected district, it has to be done. SC/ST dominated villages, majority villages, we have to do it on priority. So I think we have to see that. We have to see to that the philosophy of Jal Jeevan Mission. Please never treat Honorable Prime Minister when he says Sabka Saath, Sabka Vikas, Sabka Vishwas, or Sabka Prayas. Please don't treat it as a slogan. For God's sake, don't treat it as a slogan. Think about it. Think about it. Without caste prejudice, without religion, without every household who has to get tap water. Friends, just kindly tell me how your conscience is justifying that in a village, only powerful or rich people are having household tap connection, and rest of the families, your and my wife, sister, mother, has to go to stand post to collect water. Why this discrimination? Why this augmentation and retrofitting cannot be taken as a top priority and everybody is getting tap water? Whatever service is available, everybody will get the same service. Why there should be some privileged people, 5, 10, 20, 30 people in villages and rest are, I think this kind of thought process, this kind of conscience, please understand, discrimination से बहुत बड़ा pain और कुछ नहीं होता. When you are treated as second class citizen, there can't be a worse scenario. If you don't want to be treated like second class citizen, please don't treat others as second class citizen. This augmentation and retrofitting should be the top most priority. Please, for God's sake, start looking at the faces of those small girls, daughters, sisters, and mother. The kind of happiness it comes on their face. Just little bit final. Slow down. Look at this, your work, the kind of change it is bringing. And you can do it. Only you can do it. You have this opportunity, this occasion, and I personally feel it that you can do it. Friends, please go to villages, sit with the people, have Gram Sabha, take their opinion, find out from their traditional wisdom, knowledge, where the source is. They can tell you about yield, they can tell you about longevity, they can tell you about, whether it's a perennial or not. I think you can get a lot information from them. Make that village water and sanitation committee, Pani Samiti. Trust me, it will give tremendous. If this village become water, sanitation, and hygiene enlightened villages, if they are able to prepare their village action plan and they develop this understanding that whatever money they are getting, they will spend on drinking water sources, on system, on grey water, operation maintenance, your and my effort. I think life was worth living. These 2 years, 3 years, 5 years, which we are investing in this project, in this program, and this thing, it is worth for that. If we have been able to empower it, if you are able to make them stand on their own. Imagine wash, water, sanitation, hygiene, enlightened villages. Just one thought process that if for agriculture they reduce their consumption by 5-10%, they can achieve drinking water security. Their wives, their daughters, their children's life can become better. This single talk, if they are able to treat their grey water, if you are able to provide a scheme or soak pits or whatever, imagine public health, imagine waterborne diseases, imagine what kind of change can be. So my last point to you before I close, I think you have to take the role of mantle of social engineering. If we are unable to communicate and talk with the village people and sit with them, no, we can't achieve anything. Friends, I think I'm going to stop here. Thank you all very much. My last request is that being a sensitive, most of you who are here, most of you must be father or mother. See at your home, to try to provide cleanest water to your child. Think about other children. They are dependent on you. So a school, Anganwadi centers, and residential school should be the top priority. Every single day delay, because now schools are going to open. Last year, when we conceived this 100 days campaign to bring this awareness and ensure tap water supply for drinking and cooking, as well as hand washing and in toilet, this was the idea. And if you are able to treat grey water, give for demonstration purpose, rainwater harvesting, we are investing in our children for future. They will become washed, enlightened. They understand the importance of hand washing. And in COVID, I think we all have started understanding the importance of hand washing. If they start understanding the value of grey water, rainwater harvesting, I think you and me are able to contribute much more than the physical infrastructure. So my esteemed colleagues, I will request you that each and every component which has been brought in this Jal Jeevan mission, whether it's a village action plan or it's a VWSC or 100 days campaign or priority districts and priority villages, it has certain meaning. And the meaning is what Honorable Prime Minister, for a moment, irrespective of whatever you have, just think about this Prime Minister and allow me to, because I had the privilege of working with him and seeing him from close. As a boy from 18 years of age, 18 years of age, the man is in the quest of left home. Whole life, you and me might be whatever way we want to see it is our perception, but just for a moment, think about him. Man is not bothered about his family. I think all of us have the greatest attachment to our mothers. The man is not bothered about his mother. The man is working today also, 16 to 18 hours. What for? To make your and my life, a common person's life, better. If it's such a man who has given whole life for society, can't we for next 2 years, 3 years, 4 years, we can give it to society? I leave my thought here, and only such people are considered great, whether it's Mahatma Gandhi or Lord Buddha or anybody who has given his life for society. Think about it for a moment. This communication, this dialogue, this sitting with village people, working for them, empowering them, transferring the knowledge, understanding, I think it will make your and my life much more meaningful. Friends, I stop here. You are doing great job. Please continue. But again, I would say, once you start reading and internalizing Jal Jeevan Mission guideline and Margdarshika and 100 days campaign booklet, you'll appreciate the larger meaning of this program. I wish you all very best. I wish you all very best, and I'm pretty sure that you will do great service to society and nation. Thank you all very much. Thank you for your patient hearing. Thank you and best wishes.
Thank you so much, sir, for your inspiring and motivational word. I hope the participant will really beneficial from insight given by sir. That will prove to be very valuable in their journey ahead towards achieving the true objective of JJM. Thank you so much, sir, for your valuable time and your presence, sir. Thank you again. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you, sir. Now, the next session, which we are going to cover, that inspiring community participation for conservation of drinking water sources, security using science-based participatory approaches. And for this session, we have with us Mr. STS Lepcha sir. Lepcha
Namaskar.
sorry.
Namaskar.
Sir. Namaskar. Namaskar sir. Welcome you sir in this session. Lepcha sir is retired IFS officer from Uttarakhand cadre. He sir has experience of 35 years in the department. Sir was posted in various wings of forest department. During his posting of watershed management directorate, Doon Valley participatory project, he was posted deputy director training and community mobilizing and community in 1993 to in 1986. Sir was sir has opportunities to use first time PRA techniques in government system. Sir has a huge experience of community participation, ensuring the involvement of community in water and forest and micro planning system also. Later on, also same process were used by forest department in World Bank. In Swajar and in JFM also, the community-based techniques were used in the both project of sponsored by World Bank. Sir has master trainer to train the staff. Sir has also visiting professor in IFS training center, IGNFA. SFF College, State Forest Service, and FRI, etc. Sir is also editor of chief of NIFP journal. Sir, I welcome you. Sorry, sir, कुछ हो गया. Thank you so much, sir, for your presence. And
Yeah, I like to share my screen. I will try if it is possible. Otherwise, we have to do.
Share कर दो. Thank you so much, sir. I welcome you on behalf of Uttarakhand Academy of Administration and request sir for deliver the lecture.
My screen is visible?
Yes, sir.
Audible? Yep. After listening yesterday, Mr. Madam, then Director JJM, and recently Additional Secretary Saab, Lal Saab. So my lecture become very, for me, it is very easy to give you lecture. So I have divided my this session into majorly into three parts. So why community participation is important for conservation of water, then type of participatory tools used in the village level for this micro planning, and what are the difference between institution and organization. Then some cases, some case studies of some of the institutes, especially NGOs. I cannot move my slide, stuck up. Someone help me? Okay, so now start moving. Is it audible now?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Audible.
Yeah. This first slide is, this was already discussed yesterday by Mr. Dr. Thakural, and there are a number of traditional water systems. So why I show you this slide is like that. This Jambi Naula in Bageshwar district was built in 1263, and still they are using. And Dr. Lal Saab has already told us that we knew everything, and our ancestor used to manage everything by themselves. But because of after probably 1857 War of Independence, then slowly that British's administrative system became more powerful than our traditional system. So finally, our thinking is that in Hindi they call my baap. No? So we thought that the government will do everything. So slowly that village empowerment system was, management system was started vanishing. So that was the main cause. So somehow the JJM is like to revive that system. So this is the another slide, but interesting slide of Ladakh region. So what I am seeing that this is a interesting case study of Himothan NGO Pariyojana, Tata Trust. They went to explore some springs in Ladakh, but it was very difficult. Terrain was very difficult. Then they finally found out that the local technology is already there. So they just adopted and they have implemented. And so that means that while we are in the field, when we go to the field, we have to आँख खुला रखना चाहिए, कान खुला रखना चाहिए. So the villagers, they are living for thousands of years from that places. So they are more, I think, resilience to that system. So we have to build on that system. So because of money from the Tata Trust, they have built a 2 kilometer long artificial glacier, and they are benefiting immensely. So, and objective of JJM is already taught by Madam Misra also and Lal Saab also. The outcome is your functioning of tap. So functioning for that, you need good management system and functionality and quality and quantity of water that Lal Saab has already discussed. And for source sustainability, the community participation is very, very important. So even then, there are lots of challenges. The problem in the field is that the convergence of government department. So actually this Pani is, there are multiple departments out there. So the convergence is the major problem. So in the district level, I think you have already system in the with the DM. So the conversions can be done in that side, but still the problem is there. Another problem is land ownership. Most of the recharge area is in the forest, maybe in revenue area or in individuals area. So kabhi the recharge area development will be a problem. Number 3 is untrained human resource. The Lal Saab has already elaborately discussed. Within the government system, we are untrained, and we have to train the local people also. And there are acute problem of potable water system with quality. So that has already discussed. And Lal Saab also discussed there is a problem of marginal group participation in the decision-making process in the village level. And of course, maintenance is the main problem of water resource. So hence this participatory process will play the key role. So before, the technique is applied here is PRA, participatory rollout appraisal. So before this, I think the implementation at district level, you have to prioritize the villages. So before going to the villages, you have to train the staff in the PRA. So this is just a gist only, but to train in PRA, it will take at least 10 to 15 days. So that you should keep in mind. So this is just for your awareness or information. This participatory rural appraisal is. I'm showing some of the tools and techniques. See, this PRA was evolved in India by Dr. Chamber in 1989 in AKRSP Gujarat, and I think simultaneously in Kenya also. And this is technique is method is very practical. You have to go in the field, and you will get the very fairly quick data in the small short time. But the most of the crux of this PRA is that it's something like, no? See this the last point, that it can also call situation analysis. We can conduct all the explain. So basically, the elephant also they speak in subsonic language, or the bats, flying fox, they also speak. They also communicate in infrared. Human, we have a different resonance. So we, but our language cannot understand by bat or elephant. See, similar situation in the village also, because our perception are different and their perception are different. The PRA actually brings those two perception in one level. So key principles of PRA is reversal of learning. जो हमने सीखा है, it should be unlearned, and the learning rapidly, progressively, offsetting bias. Triangulation is very important, because जो data the villages gives, so we have to recheck it. And facilitating is the very key, and we have to aware those people कि भाई now the role is changing. अब जो डंडा है, the डंडा है, we are giving to yours. The role change from department side to your side. So there are three pillars of PRA. Main, I have already told you, the behavior attitude. पुराने जमाने में क्या होता था, डिपार्टमेंट ही करते थे. So एज ए बाप जैसे दिखते थे, है ना, बाप ने बेटा को कुछ दे रहा है. So always पिताजी घर आते थे तो we expecting टॉफी. तो जैसे इंजीनियर्स गांव में जाते हैं तो फिर बोलते हैं साहब ये. So I think the behavior change is number one. Then method is important, and sharing of knowledge also important. These are the three principles. So then again, so we have a role clarity. The outsider means those who are going for micro planning. We have to build rapport and facilitate so that we can get their perception and the data easily. The insider जो है villages है, so they can give the qualitative, quantitative data to the villages, to the officers who has gone for PRA method. So there are basically three methods. There are lots of methods, but I think three methods is enough for Jal Jeevan Mission. One is space related, तो उसमें social map, resource map आ जाते हैं. Then time related, Bharat Ral साहब ने already बताया कि so you have to sit with the in the village, then they will tell you what time drought was there, how much water was flooded or something like that. So then third is relation method. So I will start with social mapping. It is just a cursory rough map of a village layout. So mostly you'll get the rough data of population, social stratification. That is very important for water. So क्योंकि भरत लाल साहब ने stress किया है कि you have to be very serious about the social stratification. क्यों धनी को ही नल मिले घर में, गरीब को क्यों ना मिले? So that is important. Then chronic health cases, maybe grey water or something like that. Yesterday we have seen the lecture of Mr. Sunesh. He has given a case study of Madhya Pradesh or Chhattisgarh, that tribal villages, they have a fluoride cases. So the health cases also you have to note. So mapping is very simple, just like a child playing, but very powerful. So you have to choose. Sorry. So procedure is that you have to choose one places and talk with a member. Then slowly people will come and they says, "Pehle bolna padega ki where are we?" Then they will say, "Sir, we are here." Then slowly the map is built. So by during mapping, so we don't have to rush it. Slowly, the whole within small, if it is small village, half an hour the map will be completed. If it is big village, it will take 1 to 1.5 hours. So similarly, the same process, you can build resource mapping. So resource mapping mainly represent land, water, tree resource, land uses. If you want to know the cropping pattern also, land and water management. So similar process as social mapping, you have to sit with them and they will draw everything. आपको बताना पड़ेगा where are we standing, and they start with drawing. So for resource mapping, slightly different from social mapping. इसमें जंगल है, पानी है, नदी है. So they will differentiate. So from where the water source is coming, where are the springs, or where are the tube well, or where are the water sources, everything is mapped within a short period of time. So it is very easy for your planning process at village level. So this is the method for procedure for both social mapping and resource mapping. After that, I think for triangulation, you have to do a transit walk in the village. It is something like, जैसे आप प्याज काटेंगे vertically, so you will see inner young pith and outside scales also. No? So similarly, you have to walk on the important area so that your data can be triangularized, and you can go and see the spring, and you can go see the forest or recharge area, and even you can measure the spring per minute, liter per minute, or something like that. So, but while walking, so you will get lots of repo and lots of information from the villages regarding village politics also. So these are the method. I think I'm skipping. Then third is your timeline. So these are time related. Capture chronology of time related. So something like that, you have to sit with the old people, and then they will say, 1961, for example, this JP primary school was started. 1962 radio आ गया, 72 drought आ गया. So something like that, chronologically, if you start facilitating, asking वो नदी के बारे में, that ponds के बारे में, then they will tell you everything regarding their village. So chronology of events, then you can analyze in future by making your plan. So another method is trend analysis. So it is more of a historical perspective. So I will show you this slide. So this is one village. So this is a, on top they have written year, 77, 80, 80, 85, 85, 90, 90, 95. And other side they have written Barsa is rainfall, देन स्रोत के पानी का स्तर, है ना, स्रोत के ऊपर क्षेत्र में वनस्पति फॉरेस्ट एरिया, and the dependence on spring, then disease. So the villages has already given the weightages out of 10. So in 70 and 80s, their rainfall was very good, and the level of water also very good, and the forest also very good. But dependency on the springs was very less. That means that maybe other springs were there nearby, and the disease was very less. So if you come to 2005 and 6, everything was reversed. So you will get within half an hour the entire story of your springs of the village. So definitely you can plan how to do it in your village plan. So this is also important technique, Venn diagram. This is basically we have to understand the relationship with various institutions. अब गांव में ग्राम पंचायत है, सब कमिटी है, then SHG है, just so many this thing is there. So if, for example, South Bangalore slum, so if they have written given very good chapati, gold, so that means the institution power, they are big, very big power play is there in the institution. So this is very important tool to know about the village politics also. So while we were in villages in the Doon Valley projects, we used to go and talk with them, and chapati ka size upar niche karte the. Then we used to tell them who is powerful in your village. So naam likh dete the Mr. X. So who is he? Gram Pradhan. So फिर उसके साथ में उसके दोस्त कौन है, मतलब next powerful man. So entire this Venn diagram used to get the village politics and what, so that while implementing planning, it will be very easy to work for the implementer. So after doing these 3-4 exercises in the village, then the participatory village action plan can further proceed. The baseline survey, spring inventory, geohydrological survey was already discussed by Dr. Sunesh yesterday. And village water security plan preparation also, you know. The most important is capacity building. The capacity building इसलिए कि now as Madam Mishra has told you, and Bharat Lal Sahab also told you, the role is changing from your techno-administrative role to managerial role. So you are more moving towards private companies manager. So capacity building of staff, you is also important, and we have to empower villages. So the role of villages also now become very important. So उसलिए capacity building is very important for this JJM. तो आप लोग को उसी time में you have to select informally who are the best people, है ना? And which are the topic we have to develop capacity building. So list करना पड़ेगा उसी time में. The next is institutional framework and governance structure. This is also very important. तो उसी time में जब आप planning करते हैं village में, you have to sit together and finally you have to present the plan at the village level. तो institution framework, roles, responsibility, governance structure, क्योंकि पानी पंचायत या जो भी XYZ जो भी institution at village level उसी time में मेरे ख्याल से बता देना चाहिए, और let the villages itself they can decide. So these two, capacity building and institution framework and governance structure, is very, very important. So iske liye I think you need, for you also need skill development, and plus villages also. So this is the very key part. Then number 7 is catchment area treatment is a technical. Then again, operation and maintenance is elaborately, I think, explained by Dr. Bharetwal Saab and Director JJM, and data and MIS. But after doing all this participatory exercise and making village plan and all these things, so things to be remembered. This is my experience in Doon Valley project and later on in joint forestry management. क्या होता है कि जब PRA आ गया, PRA यूज किया, स्टाफ ने किया, so we thought that PRA सब कुछ है. तो PRA is a tool है, it's not as panacea. सब दवा की मरीज की दवा नहीं. So ये काफी सीनियर लोग मिस्टेक कर सकते. So this is just a tool. For example, in 1965 war, Pakistan was well equipped. है ना, उनके पास पैटर्न टैंक था, so many equipment better than Phantom Jet था. But इंडिया के पास में उतना वो नहीं था. टैंक ऐसे थे, हवाई जहाज भी ठीक ठाक ही था. But we won the war only because of man behind tool. जो गांव में ये PRA टूल यूज करने स्टाफ जाएंगे, तो he should be well motivated. ऐसा नहीं कि आम के पेड़ में बैठ के उसने नक्शा बना दी, सोशल मैपिंग बना दी, है ना, रिसोर्स मैपिंग बना दी, ट्रांजेक्ट नक्शा बना के आ गया, लो सब हो गया, टारगेट पूरा हो गया. बट दी जो होल जो पॉलिटिक्स है विलेज का, जो अगर आप जाएंगे, बैठेंगे, सुनेंगे तो समझ में आता है. जब इम्प्लीमेंटेशन में जाएंगे ना, इतने ज्यादा वहां पे कॉन्फ्लिक्ट होता है, तो फिर रोज शिकायत BDC में आप ही लोग को झेलना पड़ेगा, है ना. सो डोंट थिंक PRA इज अ सब मरीज का दवा. Number 2 is that I have already mentioned the training need analysis of the user group and Pani Samiti is very important. क्योंकि क्या है कि ultimately they have to manage those Pani whole management is shifting from department to local level. So that is why the role and responsibility, आपको डिपार्टमेंट क्या करेगा, वो क्या करेंगे, that is very important. तो last thing is that you have to identify champions. ये word use होता है आजकल NGOs में, champions. तो basically ये है कि जब गांव में आप PRA करने जाएंगे या तो उस टाइम में कौन कौन सा आदमी आपके फेवर में ठीक ठाक है, ज्यादा ठेकेदार टाइप का नहीं है. So you have to identify. तो उसी को बिल्ड कर दीजिए. क्योंकि once I was reading a case study of Nepal and India. नेपाल में माइक्रो हाइडल was very successful. इंडिया इतना बड़ा होते हुए we don't have very successful micro hydro. तो the case study में इतने था. The only problem in India is that everything is top down. ऊपर से दे दिया. हमारा ठेकेदार भी दिल्ली से आया. दिल्ली प्रॉब्लम होता था तो दिल्ली को फोन कर देता था और चमोली में जाके वो ठीक कर देते थे. जैसे प्रोजेक्ट खत्म हो गया, अब वो कंसल्टेंट भी आना बंद हो गया, तो हमारा माइक्रो हाइडल जैसे के तैसे हो गया, सब पूरा हो गया, है ना. बट इन नेपाल द एडमिनिस्ट्रेटिव रोल, एडमिनिस्ट्रेटिव सिस्टम इज नॉट वेरी स्ट्रॉन्ग. तो उन लोगों ने क्या किया कि दे आइडेंटिफाई द चैंपियंस इन द विलेज. तो उनको धीरे धीरे आप उसमें गांव में है जो हम लोग मजाक करते हैं, मैट्रिक एपियर बट फेल, जो लड़के होते हैं तो उनको एज ए बेयरफुट टेक्नीशियन उन लोगों ने ट्रेन करा दिया. जो पार्ट्स होते थे उनके, नट्स है या जो भी XYZ है, उनकी पान की दुकान में मिल जाते थे, है ना. तो आपको ये पूरे लॉजिस्टिक उस लेवल का भी ट्रेन कर, मतलब थिंक करना पड़ेगा, ताकि इन फ्यूचर आपको नल खराब हो गया, है ना, कौन जाएगा, है ना, कैसे करेगा, है ना, तो पार्ट्स कहाँ अवेलेबल होगा, नहीं होगा. ताकि आपका everything should be empowered technically, socially and probably mentally also. तो शुरू से आपको बताना पड़ेगा, या we are empowering you, so slowly the role you have to take it. So this has already explained beautifully by Bharat Lal Sahab. So जो single village source, I think that will be one of the sustainable and successful drinking water system. See, there is a difference between institution and organization. तो ये काफी बड़े लोग भी चक्कर खाते हैं, लेकिन वहाँ हम लोग क्या हुआ कि चामाशारी ग्राम पंचायत है नियर मसूरी, तो वहां पे हमने जलागम की सिंगल समिति बना दी. सो देयर वाज लॉट्स ऑफ फाइटिंग बिटवीन विलेजेस. जब एनालिसिस करने गए, गुड थिंग विद दून वैली प्रोजेक्ट वाज सपोर्टेड बाय WS एटकिंस कंपनी था, उसने देयर वाज गुड कंसल्टेंट, देयर वाज सोशियोलॉजिस्ट फ्रॉम बर्मिंघम यूनिवर्सिटी. तो अंग्रेज था लेकिन उसने एनालिसिस करके दिखाया. सो उस गांव में 9 हैमलेट्स मिल गए. So socially they were three different organization, institution, not organization. Organization ऐसा है, organization is basically political administrative unit. जैसे घर है, घर का छत है. Maybe in 1950s, early 1950s, 52, सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट ने डिसाइड किया कि हमारे ग्राम पंचायत होना है, तो ग्राम पंचायत का इतने हाउस होल्ड होना है या इतने पॉपुलेशन होना है. मिनिस्टर ने चीफ सेक्रेटरी को बोला, चीफ सेक्रेटरी ने सेक्रेटरी टू जीएम टू फाइनली पटवारी ने जो रेखा खींच दिया कि ये हेमलेट्स इज 1 GP, है ना. वेयर इज जो इंस्टीट्यूशन होता है, जैसे कोविड के टाइम में आपको पता चला होगा, तो कोविड की बीमारी में किसी के यहाँ कोई प्रॉब्लम आ गया, है ना, कोई डेथ हो गया, तो वहाँ कोई ग्राम प्रधान नहीं है, कुछ नहीं, तो ऑटोमेटिकली पीपल यूज्ड टू कम एंड हेल्प, है ना. सो दीज आर द सोशल यूनिट. तो सोशल यूनिट आइडेंटिफाई करके इफ यू वर्क ऑन जल जीवन मिशन, इट विल बी वेरी इजी एंड योर एवरीथिंग विल बी इन ऑन राइट डायरेक्शन. सस्टेनेबिलिटी भी गेन हो जाएगा और पीपल्स पार्टिसिपेशन भी आपका बहुत अच्छा रहेगा. बट नॉट ऑल थिंग्स आर रोजी. जो पार्टिसिपेटरी प्रोसेस may be slightly longer. So if you form the village institution, है ना, जैसे आपका जीपी में पानी समिति है, यूजर ग्रुप है, रोल रेस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी दे दिया, so formation stage is there. तो नेक्स्ट स्टेज विल बी स्ट्रॉमिंग. इनमें से बहुत झगड़ा होता है, अरे इसने पैसा खा दिया, ये कर दिया, वो कर दिया, दिस इज नॉट राइट, दिस इज राइट. सो very tactfully you have to deal it, and storming is part of your participatory process. कहीं पे storming नहीं हो रहा, that means कोई आदमी, बड़े आदमी पूरे प्रोसेस को कंट्रोल कर रहा है. सो दिस इज storming नहीं हो रहा, तो आपका विलेज लेवल में इज नॉट डेमोक्रेटिक सिस्टम. सो अब धीरे धीरे क्या होगा, storming के बाद में नॉर्मिंग फॉर्मेशन, नॉर्मिंग फेज शुरू हो जाता है. सो वी विल डू लाइक दिस. तो धीरे धीरे नॉर्मिंग आ जाएगा तो परफॉर्मिंग शुरू हो जाता है. तो नॉर्मल जो हमने देखा है, सो फ्रॉम फॉर्मिंग टू परफॉर्मिंग फेज इट मे टेक 2 to 3 years if it's the villages are very good, like but if it is मतलब आपका जो ज्यादा नेतागिरी ज्यादा हो जाता है तो इट मे टेक 9 years also. So you have limited time, है ना. You have to focus only to the good, initially to the good villages, so that the participatory process time should be within the project period, so at least 2 to 3 years. So ultimately what Bharat Lal Sahab has told us is that the participation शुरू में क्या होता है, because of हमारे जो administrative, political administrative एजेंडा ऑफ ब्रिटिश राज, सो हम लोग क्या हो गया, पंगु हो गए. सो एवरीथिंग गवर्नमेंट गोज, वी एक्ट एज ए पैसिव पार्टिसिपेंट. अरे ठीक है, आ रहा है, यहाँ बना दो, खड़ंजा यहाँ बना दो, ये यहाँ कर दो, ठीक है, हमको पैसा मिल जाएगा, हमको दिहाड़ी मिल जाएगा. But in participatory process, and what JJM is thinking, no, from participatory we have to become participation in information giving, then finally self-mobilization. So self-mobilization is the stage where the people themselves take decision and manage their own water system. So from outsider control, that means PHE control, the local people control should be, if there is local people control is there, then only sustainability will come. So this is, this may take 3 years in one village, or maybe take 9 to 10 years. So I will share, this is the paradigm shift. This Already mentioned by Madam Misra and Bharatlal Saab. So from techno administration, the word used by Madam was from techno administrative to change management. So you're thinking of my baap too, ab main baap nahi hu, so we are partners. है ना? So some of the case study, I don't know how much, I have 15 minutes. So the Himothan spring water management case study is there that Sunesh has already described yesterday also. But I want to concentrate only on blue line. This is Himothan slide. See, if you can see on the year 12, then 17, जो पानी का जो ग्राफ है from ऊपर चढ़ा, every 3 and 4 years it is went down, again ऊपर चढ़ा, फिर नीचे आ गया. एक्चुअली क्या होता है ना, that जो उन लोगों ने वाटर स्ट्रक्चर बनाया था, ट्रेंचेस बनाया था, बिकॉज ऑफ सिल्टेशन माइक्रोपोर्स वर फिल्ड. तो गांव वाले ने फिर इन लोगों ने मोटिवेट करके दे हैव क्लीन इट. तो जैसे उन लोगों ने क्लीन किया तो उनकी वाटर रिचार्ज बढ़ गई. से इन द गवर्नमेंट सिस्टम हमारे पास कितना है, 3 years है, बट आफ्टर 3 years कौन जाएगा? कोई नहीं जाएगा. सो जो गवर्नमेंट मनी है या आपका मेहनत है, एवरीथिंग विल बी लॉस्ट. दैट इज व्हाई कम्युनिटी पार्टिसिपेशन इज वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट. सो इन लोगों ने क्या किया, हिमोथान ने, they have formed the committee at village level, and each and every village household, they pay 200 or 300 rupees per month water tax. ये जो पानी है, it is I think 2 kilometers below. महिला लोग ऊपर से जाके नीचे पानी भर के आते थे. They used to take I think 3 hours every day, है ना, नीचे उतरना पहाड़ में 70 डिग्री ढाल में ऊपर आना. So जब ये, और this is the fit case of I think in Uttarakhand this is the first case of solar pump. करीब 1.5 किलोमीटर का है सोलर पंप. 8 या 9 साल पहले, 2009 का है ये. And I think it is inaugurated by Chief Secretary also. Because of that solar pump, पानी नीचे से ऊपर आ गया. जो महिलाओं को 3 आवर, तो 3-4 घंटा उनका वेस्टेज होता था, वो टाइम उन लोगों ने अपना ऑफ सीजन वेजिटेबल में खर्च कर दिया. ऑफ सीजन वेजिटेबल से इनकम आ गई, और वो इनकम के सर्टेन पार्ट उन लोगों ने पानी को मैनेज करने के लिए, स्प्रिंग सेट को मैनेज करने के लिए लगाया है. एक चौकीदार भी है उनका. सो दिस इज विन विन सिचुएशन. अगर आपने शुरू से ही एम्पावर करने शुरू कर देंगे, तो दिस इज नॉट द गवर्नमेंट इज गिविंग ओनली फैसिलिटेशन एंड एम्पावरिंग यू. और आफ्टर दिस कैपिटल कॉस्ट आपको ही मैनेज करना है. शुरू से उनकी खोपड़ी में डालते जाओ, देन ओनली दे विल कम टू नो. अदरवाइज गवर्नमेंट, एक पब्लिक सर्वेंट को गांव में जाते ही देखते ही क्या सोचते हैं कि ठेकेदार आने शुरू हो जाता है, मुझे इतने कितने परसेंटेज मिले. सो this is very important. You have to be very careful. So similarly, the Chirag NGO है उत्तराखंड का, they have a case study. They have beautifully empowered women to do as a para geohydrologist. Generally, we thought that only the geologist can do it, but they have set the example. No, they have empowered the women, and now in the similar cases, I think in the Kumaon area, they are accurately doing as a job of para geohydrologist. And forest department in one preparation of one DTR, their department is giving 40,000 rupees for springs. So how much they are earning? So this is one of the different case study. And number 3 is Public Science Institute of Dehradun only. There is a village at near Sirmaur, Himachal. इसका क्या है कि they have a very good example of social fencing. पानी का acute shortage था, पैसा प्रोजेक्ट में कम था, they thought that we'll do social fencing. Social fencing से ये फायदा हुआ कि vegetation increase, है ना, no forest fire, no grazing, no open defecation. The quantity of water increased, है ना. So that water was started using in the vegetable livelihood. So उनको income बढ़ गया. But interesting thing is that open defecation बंद होने से उनकी quality of पानी भी बढ़ गया. So उनकी जो बीमार होते थे, disease होते थे बच्चे, है ना, उनकी reduce हो गया. So this is very good case study for empowering people. Number 3 is this is a Sikkim, everybody knows. धारा विकास उनका है. सिक्किम का एग्जाम्पल ये है कि कन्वर्जेंस, they have brought so many departments together, and the पैसा नहीं था शुरू में पैसे नहीं होते थे, लेकिन इन लोगों ने मनरेगा का पैसा लगा के they have done most of the spring recharge on their way. ये केसेस है उत्तराखंड में ये है कि जब उत्तराखंड we have 70% forest area, तो another department, Jal Sansthan or PhD department, is very difficult to work in reserve forest. Lots of bureaucratic hassle and getting permission and all these things. इसमें हम लोगों ने क्या किया, एक consortium बनाया. Consortium से क्या हुआ कि जो data was supplied by Jal Sansthan कि हमारा इतना spring सूख रहा है ना, तो spring की जो recharge area की सर्वे करने के लिए the NGOs has helped us, है ना. NGOs को certain amount दे दिया उन लोगों ने, 50% गवर्नमेंट ने दे दिया, डिपार्टमेंट ने दे दिया, 50% उन लोगों ने अपने श्रम लगाया. सो DTR बन गए. तो DTR बनने के बाद में इम्प्लीमेंटेशन फॉरेस्ट डिपार्टमेंट ने ही कर दिया स्प्रिंग रिचार्ज का. तो उसमें विन विन सिचुएशन हो गया, क्योंकि इनकी समय बच गई, इनकी हैसल बच गई, डिपार्टमेंट की जो कंपनसेटरी एफोर्स्टेशन फंड का जो सॉइल कंजर्वेशन का हेड था उससे पैसा खर्च हो गया, और एनजीओज ने हमारा जो गैप्स था वो फुलफिल कर दिया. सिमिलर केसेस है नागालैंड का. नागालैंड में भी वहाँ पे क्या है कि नागालैंड में गवर्नमेंट लैंड बहुत कम है, कम्युनिटी लैंड है ना. तो वहाँ पे लैंड यूज डिपार्टमेंट ने काम किया. इनिशियली उन लोगों ने शायद 20 स्प्रिंग्स में काम किया. सो लेटर ऑन दे हैव इंक्रीज टू 100, एंड आई थिंक दे आर नाउ डूइंग much more on the other part district of the Nagaland. So similar cases of in Meghalaya also. Meghalaya में भी Meghalaya basin development basin authority है वहाँ पे. Initially they have started with 20 springs. उसके बाद में मेरे ख्याल से उन लोगों ने they got some money from certain projects. So 120, 150 springs में काम किया. Now I think entire Meghalaya will be the spring recharge will be done by World Bank projects. So these are the some examples in NGO and some examples in government system. Thank you very much for patience hearing. I hope but this participatory tool and process has to be done in the field. So lecture is very difficult. So you have to do it yourself.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Learning by doing is the process.
Yeah.
You're learning by doing. So any question, any queries? Participants are requested to ask any question or write in the chat box. So we can go ahead, sir. Thank you so much, sir, for your comprehensive presentation on community participation or participatory approaches. As we all know, the community participation is the soul of that JJM. I'm sure that participants must have benefited from the relevant examples you gave, sir, and the detail you presented. जो आपने प्रेजेंट किया है और जो एक्सपीरियंसेस बताए हैं उससे प्रतिभागी लाभान्वित हुए होंगे और क्योंकि ये जो सर ने बताया ये कम्युनिटी पार्टिसिपेशन ये लर्निंग बाय डूइंग है या गांव के साथ बैठ के जो ये अप्रोचेज की जाती हैं टूल्स जो इस्तेमाल किए जाते हैं वो ज्यादा उसका रिजल्ट ओरिएंटेड होते हैं तो सर थैंक यू सो मच फॉर योर नाइस वंडरफुल प्रेजेंटेशन सर थैंक यू सर. Now, for the next session on traditional water sources and new local technology interventions, interventions and innovations for conservation of water sources. We have with us Engineer H.P. Unyal sir. Sir is ex-General Manager and Head of Department of Uttarakhand Jal Sasthan. Sir was Director, State Planning Commission, Government of Uttarakhand from 2012 to 2019. Sir has presently working as an advisor in HIST, Jolly Grant, Rishikesh. I welcome you, sir, on behalf of Uttarakhand Academy of Administration. Nainita sir has a huge experience and sir is also advisor for our KRC also, sir. Sir, I welcome you all. Welcome you on behalf of Uttarakhand Academy of Administration and other participants. And request sir for start the session.
Thank you very much, madam, and good afternoon to everybody. So I'll be, since last 2 days, almost 2 days, you have must be listening about participatory approach, catchment area treatment, water conservation, and so many things. And in the morning, we have got a very, learning experience from the mission director, Bharat Lalji, who has really inspired all of us about JJM and how we must develop a keen interest within ourselves and keen interest within the villagers and the community about the JJM and how we need to transform them. We need to teach them that this is your own project, this is your own property, you are the owner. And unless this type of feeling is not developed, success will definitely come if we could inculcate this type of feeling in villagers and within ourselves also. So with this, I will be sharing with you some of the traditional wisdoms. And of course, from this traditional wisdom, how we should learn and how we should, educate ourselves. And what are the innovative technologies, what we are doing as on date about the water conservation. And some of the research studies which needs to be done. So with this, this is my presentation. Next, please. Next. So, all human civilization has only grown in the area where water was available in plenty. Friends, this whole universe is made up of 5 elements, out of which water and air are the life elements. Without water, no life can be thought of. So this is the most precious element. So how to, because this is not infinite, this is finite. So this important topic we will be discussing, how to conserve, how to judiciously use this finite life element. And I'll be sharing with you about the past wisdom, present method, where the mistake has been committed, and how to rectify that message. So mountains, I think most of people come from mountains, and mountains contribute in the form of snow, clouds, rainfall, surface and subsurface water sources, and rivers. So without the mountains, you cannot think of this earth, even if I say that's not the wrong statement. And Himalaya, that whom we belong to, is called the water tower of the world. You know, Mount Kailash and the big lake is the origin of 4 major rivers of South Asia and India, that is Indus, Brahmaputra, Karli, and Satluj. So these mountains actually contributing to the water problem or water what we are getting. So these mountains are very, very important. Coming to the historical facts about water, the history of water resource development in India dates back to Indus Valley civilization, which is 3200 BC. And importance of conserving water in advance to meet the natural calamities like drought, floods has been emphasized in our Vedas and ancient scriptures. It is not new that even our Vedas has spoken how we should conserve the water for our emergency needs. And Kautilya, the Arthashastra of Kautilya, which dates back to 321 BC, fixed the responsibility of the king. That time, king was responsible for all the social activities and developmental activities. So Kautilya's Arthashastra fixed the responsibility of the king to construct dam, reservoirs, well, ponds from some perennial water source or from rain-fed for the benefit of the society in emergency. Similarly, Kautilya has also fixed the responsibility of the community for water management. Community should assist the king, as it says, community should assist the king in constructing irrigation system by providing land, labor, equipment, and other resources. If somebody is not able to do the labor, then they should bear the expenses against it. Otherwise, no benefit to be provided to them. It means that during Kautilya's stage also, the responsibility of the king and the responsibility of the community was fixed as a participatory approach. So this approach is very, very ancient. Bylaws for orientation and construction of ponds for storing, conserving, and saving the water from pollutants damage was fixed in Bharat Sanhita during 550 AD. So friends, what we are discussing today is not a new concept, but it's an old concept. Unfortunately, we forget it. Our ancestors were very knowledgeable person. They have given us this concept way back, but I don't know what happened that we forgot all these things, and today we are suffering with drought and floods and all these situations. Now coming to traditional water wisdom in Uttarakhand and Himachal Pradesh, you all know that there is a very old traditional system of obstructing water or taking water using through nalas and dharas. These nalas are very, geohydrological techniques were developed for conserving, using, and obstructing subsurface natural flow. Is it quite unique in its construction and its usefulness? Think of that situation. Maybe hundreds and hundreds of years back, when these nalas were discovered and they were constructed in a very particular fashion to tap the subsurface flow of a sloping area, and their construction itself is an indication that their engineering skill was very high that time. Ancient people evolved these techniques taking into consideration all necessary factors which suits to the local environment, preserving the environment, thinking and taking into consideration any damage to the environment. They have developed these techniques, and these techniques you can see, say the other slide, the old nalas of very hundreds and hundreds of old nalas are still working today. The people are well aware of the importance of water, so they protected their water sources as sacred places. In hills, it is a custom that when the marriage of in a house take place, the dulhan is taken to the dhara or nola, wherever it is, for the puja. And this puja is a customary, is a must. The first day, the dulhan goes to the dhara or nola, and they perform puja there. So this custom is an indication that what importance we used to have about these water sources. And naturally, if you do puja and if you worship that, you have to consider, you cannot think of polluting that, you cannot think of damaging that. These are some water conservation techniques, the very old techniques, chal and khal, across, I think everywhere it is, but mostly in Himachal and Uttarakhand, it is being practiced. And these water bodies were hydraulically connected to their local sources. This water body was a necessity because the animal demand was met from these water bodies, these chal and khal, and they were a source of infiltration and percolation, which was hydraulically connected to their local spring sources, which they were either in nola or dhara. So in this process, that was also recharged. And they were very scientifically constructed at a place which used to conserve a lot of water. And in every village, 3 to 4 such ponds you can still see. Unfortunately, they are silted up now. They are not being used. These are very old structures of our water sources, very beautiful water sources. Now, after this wisdom in Himachal Pradesh, they have developed a technique of drip irrigation, which is the optimum use to use the optimum use of water. They have developed this technique, and another technique which they developed is the biofencing, bioengineering technique to stop their soil erosion, their floods, and the water conservation in their fields. So the waste of the agriculture produced, they used as a biomass, and they used to collect this in their fields, make a wall of that, and to conserve water in the terrace field, in the sloping area. And then in this way, they are using that. And drip irrigation is another very good example, because it conserves the water and the judicious use of water. And in this way, they are doing a very good job. In Uttarakhand, of course, the construction of these chal and khal on the principle of the old wisdom, we are starting now in many parts of Uttarakhand on the sloping roof or on an appropriate location. These chal khal are being constructed or they are being revived, and we are getting very good results in these areas where we have done this thing. The discharge of the sources has become stationary, or in some cases has improved also. So this is an example of, this is Mr. Sachidanand Bharti, and they have shown this example in one of the area, and they did around 30,000 such chal khal, and you can see the area which was just like a barren land in 1982. In 2013, it's a good forest, and there is no forest fire, and the water stream which was dry has been revived. by this Sachinandan Bharti. Now, in Meghalaya, the traditional water harvesting and water carrying system was developed. The melting glaciers was taken to the village through bamboo pipes, and in the village they were stored, or directly these bamboo pipes, the irrigation system was developed so that the moisture content, the flood irrigation could be done in the fields. And this system is also a very good system of carrying water and using the local produce and appropriate technology. This is now they have developed it in a different way, but this is a traditional system of Meghalaya. Now in Nagaland, they have got another beautiful system. They used to, the alpines or the forest area was conserved, and in the foothills of that forest area, big ponds was developed where they used to grow their cattle, and the humus from the mountains was collected in these ponds, water and humus, and the excreta of these animals also was added to these ponds, and that these ponds was, through a system, there was discharge in the paddy fields. So the paddy field used to get water as well as the manure, and this because they are step farming. So from one field to another field to another field, and this way they are irrigating and they are developing their system. This system is called JJM system, and this system is age-old system, but now again they have developed this system, and this is the latest they have developed in Nagaland. The peculiar situation is that they say that their temperature is rising at a very higher rate, and the rainfall is also, rainy days are shrinking, decreasing, and there is shift of 15 to 20% rainfall. So they have to conserve that rainfall, and they are again that JJM system they are using, and with that JJM system they have been able to restore their farming system and their traditional water source also. So the JJM system, as you know, afforestation in the catchment area, then the feeder channel from the forest area. This is the latest what they are doing. They have their siltation tank. Whatever the silt comes, they store in a tank, and from that siltation, after the siltation tank, water harvesting ponds are created, and these ponds through the channels are connected to the terrace field, and in this way there are 4 to 5 harvests of water annually, and they are growing their agriculture through this system. Now in Jammu and Kashmir, the very old system of jinx and churpun is available. Jinx, the water was very scarce in Jammu and Kashmir, especially in Leh, Ladakh area. So the melting glaciers were, through the earthen channel, they were during the day when the glaciers melt, that water was carried to the village, and in the village there was a big pond was constructed, earthen pond, where that water used to be collected. So from the melting glaciers through the earthen channel, if in the day snow melts and it reaches in the late hours of the evening to that pond, and throughout the night they used to fill that tank, and then that tank used to distribute water to the villagers for their farming and for their domestic needs. And to maintain all this system, the villagers used to have a beautiful system that's called churpun, and churpun was an elected representative who used to manage this system and distribute this water to the villages equitably. In Sikkim, as Mr. Lepchaji was also saying, the Dhara Vikas is a latest, latest development which is called very successful. They have done in Sikkim. They say that the temperature is rising at the rate of 0.2 degree per decade, and the rainfall is also increasing at the rate of 50 mm per decade. So this is a very, very alarming situation. This climate change, we are also affected with that, and everybody is affected with that. So for that, they have developed this Dhara Vikas system, which is a community-led, community participatory approach, and this is very successful. They are decreasing and drying water sources they have developed again through this system. So they have, this is the design of the trench of the sloping land. Similarly, as you call the contour channel or the ponds or whatever you can do, this is their system. And in the sloping mountains, they desilted the old ponds, constructed new ponds, and the sloping, these ponds was constructed at a place where chal or khal means the depression. So this khal is similarly everywhere in mountains region. The situation is almost the same. So if you choose the depression that collects the maximum runoff, surface runoff, and if you construct a chal or khal or a pond there, you will get maximum runoff. So they have also done the same system. They have desilted their old ponds, stored water in their new ponds, and in this way they have recharged their water sources and stored a lot of water for their irrigation also. So this is how they are doing it again with the participatory approach. This is similar to their age-old system of using the wisdom. They are again developing this techniques. Friends, the basic thing is that you have to, for conserving the water, you have to reduce your surface runoff. Unless you reduce your surface runoff, unless you store that surface runoff in ponds to allow it to percolate in the soil to recharge your aquifer, nothing is going to happen. There cannot be any such type of technique that you create crores and crores of liters of water storage. That is not possible. You have to, especially in mountainous area, you have to go for these age-old techniques, these techniques of reducing your surface runoff, recharging your water sources through either these type of engineering techniques or vegetative techniques, which we'll be discussing in my subsequent slides. So the theme is that the old wisdom is being replicated again. We are again diverting to the old wisdom, which I have discussed just now. And they are doing the same thing, constructing the chal khal, constructing these ponds, check dams or control channels to store water and reduce their surface runoff, so that their aquifers are recharged and they get sustainability of their water sources. Now, with this historical and this traditional water harvesting system, let us come to the scenario what we are today. You must have seen this type of slide many times in many presentations, nothing new in it. But the only thing is that by 2050, our expected population will be 1,500 billion. That means the water demand will double from the present demand. So just imagine what will happen. We are facing crisis today even. So what will happen if the demand is doubled? But I must tell you that this is very, very unfortunate. As far as India is concerned, we are very fortunate. We receive annual snow and rainfall, annual precipitation of 4,000 billion cubic meter per year, out of which barely 690 billion cubic meter are used, rest drain out to the sea. So the problem is very, very well known to us. Out of 4,000, if you are using only 690 billion cubic meter, rest draining to the sea. So that's very obvious what needs to be done. No research work, nothing is needed. Only thing is we have to conserve this water, this precious water, which we are getting from nature. And friends, another figure I would like to share with you, per capita water storage in India stands at merely 190 cubic meter per capita as compared to US 5,961, Australia 4,717, and even China 2,486 cubic meter per person. So China, think of China, which is most populated country. Even China has this storage, and you have got only 190 cubic meter per head. So the problem is well known, and you should also think in terms of that. The only solution is to conserve this precious water, which we are getting through nature. Nature is very kind to us. We are getting a lot of water, but we are not able to conserve this water. The only solution is to conserve this water. Now, as per Planning Commission's or Niti Aayog report, about 60 crore people are facing water crisis and about 2 lakh people are dying due to scarcity of water or water, so-called water carried disease or so on. So many cities, that Delhi, Bangalore, Chennai, all are facing water crisis. Simla, there was before last year, they declared that nobody should come to Simla. This is the situation. So friends, nature is sending through these events, nature is sending very unambiguous signals to every humankind on earth to change his, her behavior, priorities, and start preserving the ecosystem to sustain ecosystem services for prosperity. And we are ourselves responsible. We have destroyed our wisdom. We have jumped to the solution which was not sustainable. We thought that that old system is rotten system and let us develop this new system. We stopped water conservation. We stopped those traditional technology, and the situation has come to this that 2 lakh people are dying due to scarcity of water or unsafe drinking of unsafe water. Coming to Uttarakhand, I'm sorry, there must be participants from other states, but the situation must be same, almost same in other states also. So in Uttarakhand, we are very fortunate to have about 1500 millimeter of rain every year. That means 80,000 billion liters of water every year. And if we come to our total 0.03%. That's, if you add up to that, our total requirement, total need for our development and drinking is 4.13% of the total water which we are receiving annually. And this much water can be stored just in 4.38% area of Uttarakhand. Uttarakhand is a huge area. 96% of rainfall flows out of the state without any use. But this problem is not that simple as it looks like. So I'll move on to next slide. Sorry, it's stuck. My slide is stuck, but okay, let's come up. So Uttarakhand is a very fortunate state. 917 glaciers, many big lakes, very famous rivers, Ganga, Yamuna, Kali, Ramganga. So they start from Uttarakhand only. The big, dam constructed, Tiri Dam. But still, we have got 71% forest area, about 45% forested area, 3,550 square kilometers glaciers. Rainfall I have already told. But our cultivated cultivable area is very less, 1.55 million hectares, and total cropped area is 1.13, out of which only 0.56 million hectares are irrigated area. 0.57 million hectares is unirrigated, and out of this unirrigated area, 88% of this area lies in the mountains. So there is deficiency of irrigation, which could have been a source of recharge of our water sources. No irrigation. Neither we are trying for that. Only rain-fed. And about out of this, in my calculation, 8 to 9% of the area has become uncultivated because the villagers had shifted. Nobody is plowing the fields. Fields have become barren. Their top surface has become completely impervious, and there is no recharge now. So this is the situation. And about the environment, this is very, this is Gaura Devi. we were very much, aware of our situation, that if we disturb our ecology, if we disturb our natural resources, we are going to face this thing. So this is about 50 years back. This lady developed the Chipko Andolan. And so given that the most important rivers originate from here, but this is ironic that water conservation remains a burning issue in Uttarakhand. We are here a very ambitious and very important mission of Jal Jeevan mission. We are responsible for success of this Jal Jeevan mission. But friends, we should all salute our leadership, Prime Minister, our mission director, that how much pains they are taking. But this mission cannot be successful unless we restore our water sources. We have a perfect system of recharging our water sources, because just by increasing the LPCD doesn't make that our water sources will deliver that much water. We don't have water. When we were not able to supply sufficient water in 40 LPCD, you can imagine then in 55 LPCD. So, but nothing is impossible. We have to work hard for that. We have to think and think in terms of from our heart. We have to think. We have to connect ourselves with this program from our heart. We should keep on thinking the how to develop our water, so how to sustain our water sources to make this program successful. A large number of natural springs dotted in hillside have been damaged due to cutting of slopes or road building. Unfortunately, the springs which were there, they have been damaged with unplanned development. So with this situation, these development, so-called development, and all these activities had adversely affected our underground water sources, which is irony. And the result is that our water sources are depleting. This is a figure of Uttarakhand Jal Sansthan. In 2005 and 9, they have compared this data. This data says that in Pauri districts, about 75% of the sources were depleted more than 50% since their construction. These are the data of the constructed water supply scheme. We constructed water supply, we designed a water supply scheme for 30 years or 15 years. And these data, after 5 years or 10 years, the sources of that sources which were selected for the water supply scheme depleted in Pauri district. 75% sources depleted more than 50%. In Almora, it is 50%. In Tehri, it is 40%. So the situation is very, very grim. If you come to the current status, about in 2018, the overall figure is 37% decrease in the water sources. This is more than 50%. I'm talking of only more than 50% in those schemes for which the water supply scheme has been constructed, and they were designed for 15 to 30 years. And in 2019, the figure works out to be 40%. So the situation is very, very clear to all of us. We are thinking of supplying 55 LPCD when the present sources are depleting at this faster rate. They are either drying or depleting at this faster rate. How we can provide 55 LPCD when we are not able to provide this 40 LPCD? So friends, problem is very, very clear. And what needs to be done is also, I think, somewhat clear to you, that the solution is to conserve our water, our surface runoff, our rainfall. And this is another example of Kosi River. In Kosi River, the discharge was in 1992 was 790 liters per second, which reduced to 80 liters per second by 2030. In just 21 years, the discharge has reduced to 90%, 10% discharge only. If you calculate, or if you collect the data of rainfall, nothing has changed. Almost average rainfall is the same. Temperature has also not changed so much. So what happened? Somewhere we have committed mistake. And in my opinion, the biggest mistake was this piped water supply scheme. We thought of this cheaper, easier solution, and in the process we just forgot to conserve our water sources, Previously, the community used to protect their chal khal, their catchment area. They used to have big ponds for their animals. Now everything is dependent on this pipe water supply scheme. So the recharge area is reducing. Agriculture farming has, the people have shifted from their agriculture field, have become barren, no recharge. So with this situation, now what needs to be done is the question. So I will not share with you, these are all problems, but nothing to worry, friends. If we decide that we have to change this situation, we can definitely do it. Only thing is that your thinking is required, your determination is required, your feeling from your heart is required that we will change this situation, and let us do something for this Jal Jeevan mission to become a success story. Now, first we should understand what is rain. Now, the primary source of water is rain. Everybody knows that water falls on the surface, then it evaporates from sea and land and falls back as precipitation, and then it's flowing in the streams and settles in the lakes and ponds and sees through the soil, reaches in the underground aquifer. So this is a water cycle which everybody knows, but to maintain this water cycle is necessary. So why to harvest this rain? Water is a scarce natural resource, and it should be conserved. It cannot be produced. You cannot produce water in lab. This is a finite source, and everybody knows that less than 1% of the water is available for our all developmental activities. Whether it is the surface sources, which are, whether it is glaciers, it is just rivers, ponds, or sources, whatever it is, the readily available water is less than 1%. So how necessary it is to conserve our water natural sources. It can supplement our domestic, industrial, and other water needs. So piped water supply or the potable water supply is not only the solution, we can supplement it with the rainwater, conservation of rainwater, storing rainwater. The link with the hydrological cycle is re-established, leading to efficient and effective use of this water. We can re-establish this hydrological cycle if we conserve this rainwater. Water is not only becoming scarce, but expensive as well. Surface sources and groundwater is constantly getting depleted and polluted in a large area. In many parts of the country, the underground water source has become polluted, which is a very, very alarming situation, friends. And that's because the balance of annual replenishment and drawal is not maintained. So if you disturb the nature is also going to disturb you. So it can be, once we construct anything, we disturb the natural surface. And if you not do the proper, recharging activity, then it is adversely going to affect you. So if it is, I think, just to sensitize you, it can be an individual contribution to reduce the ecological water footprints. That is the distance it has to travel to reach your house. So if you conserve this rainwater at your household, then you can, this will be your individual contribution, and the water which comes from a far distance with so much of pumping and so much of pipeline, you can reduce that cost with your individual efforts. Now, what happens when you pave a surface in the natural ground? The surface runoff is only 10%. Deep infiltration and shallow infiltration is 25 and 25%, and 40% is the evaporation. This is the natural ground. What happens? It's an average. You can say it may vary. And if you pave that surface completely, which we are doing, whether you construct a house and then you pave it all open land, and then you construct a road or whatever it is. So what happens to that ground? The surface runoff increases from 10% to 55%. The deep infiltration reduces from 25 to 10%, and shallow infiltration also reduces from 25 to 10%, and evaporation also reduces from 40% to 30%. So everywhere it is adversely affecting that recharge, whether it is clouds, whether it is underground water source, surface source. And only what is increasing is our surface runoff, which ultimately goes to, I shared data with you, which ultimately go to the sea. So how much water, friends, you need? If at the rate of 135 LPCD, which is a CPHU manual, let's say that in urban area we should have 135 LPCD. And in rural area, if you compare this 55 LPCT, so these are the figures. So if you say, just see flushing, washing, and washing utensils, this water is not at all required as a potable water. You can supplement this water with rainwater. Rainwater is very, very good for your flushing. You are wasting this water for flushing. You are wasting this water, this precious water, for your washing your clothes and washing your utensils. It can be supplemented. So in my opinion, if we store, there are only two possibilities to supplement water. One is that we treat our grey water, wastewater, and then reuse this water, which is a costly effort. Another is that we store this rainwater, which is freely available in our rooftop, and then supplement this our domestic needs in non-domestic purposes like flushing, washing, and washing, and even in urban area where it uses gardening purpose. So in this way, in rural area, the requirement of within this 55 LPCD will be around 22 LPCD. 22 liters will be per day will be our requirement, which is required for potable activities, and rest we can supplement either by grey water or by rainwater harvesting. So this is an example of Jal Bhavan. Jal Bhavan is the headquarters of Uttarakhand Jal Sansthan, and we did this thing a few years back, I think in 2008 or 2007. So the rooftop area was 500 square meter. And we could store this water, 8,31,000 liters per year. And out of this 31,000 liter, we constructed a 30,000 liter underground water tank. And all the toilets, all the kitchen garden, taps were closed from our Jal Sansthan water supply, the potable water supply, and they were, connected to this rooftop rainwater harvesting system. So we constructed this 30,000 liter dam, and you'll be surprised to know per day we were using 660 liters per day. And in this way, in a year, we could use 1,81,500 liters of water, and we paid back to the ground about 6.5 lakhs liters of water annually. This is another example of a Khali estate success story. Khali estate is a very historical building. It was constructed by Britishers. Many big people has stayed here. Now it is a resort owned by Mr. Pandeyji. I have visited this place. I was really surprised. This whole structure since then, I think this is more than 125 years old. So since then, they have a perfect system of rooftop rainwater harvesting, and they don't have previously for drinking there was a small spring, and now they have a water connection which sometimes comes, when sometimes doesn't come. Like, they are using this water, and this is the water harvesting they are doing from their rooftop of water they are storing, and they are using in their resort. 35 people are staying there. So this is this is all So, and just to say how you can use this. This is the data of TERI. 11 years meteorological department data have been tabulated here, and the average is taken per month. So you can see how much water you can collect in every month. This is the rooftop area on the top side, and then it is calculated that how much water every month you cannot collect 100% water. So as per depending on the temperature, 70 to 90% water rooftop is collected, and then it could be collected. So in 100 square meter rooftop, you can collect 93.66 kiloliter of water. But the important thing is that in TERI, which is a dry district, we have calculated that if you construct a 20,000 liter tank, underground tank, you can get 160 liter per day, 365 days. And these are the calculations. These calculations are given in the manual published by the planning department. And I've given the website also, spc.uk.gov. .in. You can see the details because time is short, so you can detail in that. So this is all possible. I'm trying to say that this is all possible in 100 square meter. You can get it 160 to 365 days. So why not to do this? Now about recharge. What is recharge? Let's first try to understand this. The recharge refers to the transfer of surface water to the aquifer by human interface. See, you cannot induce water. You can just pump water in the ground. That recharge is a natural process. Infiltration and percolation is a natural process. Only thing is that you can facilitate it, and by facilitating, I mean you have to again the same thing. You have to reduce your surface runoff. You have to store that to allow that water to percolate in your aquifer. Now, what is the need of this groundwater recharge? Because the recharge process is very, very slow, and your demand is increasing every year. So that to meet that balance, you have to store water to make your aquifers sustainable, and so that they could provide you water 365 days at the rate which you need. So this is how the need of your, and then only you can survive your springs, rivulets, and groundwater. So what are the advantages of this recharge? This, for storing water, you have to, if you construct a dam or the earthen dam or a concrete dam, huge amount of water and so many problems. But this is a free, large subsurface area, surface storage space is available, free of cost. Underground tank, underground aquifer, it's free of cost. Evaporation losses are negligible, no evaporation losses almost. Water quality improves with the infiltration in the permeable media. So it has no adverse social impact, no displacement of the population, no loss of agriculture, scarce agricultural land, etc. It is environmental friendly, controls soil erosion, floods, provides sufficient soil moisture during summer months. Water stored underground is relatively immune to natural man-made catastrophes, and it provides distribution system. It's a natural distribution between the recharge and the discharge point. So, and it saves the energy also. So these are, what are the techniques for this? The simple techniques, I would say. We should, friends, I will discuss with you the high-tech solutions also, but these are the simple techniques. Again, reviving this chal khal and constructing the chal khal. With this chal khal, we can create a huge amount of ponding, which will store your rainwater, and it will be ultimately hydraulically connected to your aquifers and to your natural springs, whether Nola, Dhara, or whatever the streams or rivers. So this is one solution. Another is that your percolation pit, as you've seen that the Sachidanand Bharati is developed in their area. Those pits, and those pits are 2 to 3 meter of diameter and 1 to 1.5 meter of depth. So they also, in the sloping ground, they also store a lot of water, and they gradually percolate to the ground. The contour channel is also in the sloping, where there is high slope. You can have contour channels, just digging pits in a longitudinal distance at the same elevation, and they have to be staggered, after one after another, so that the overflow of that reaches to the other one. They will also store water and allow percolation to that sloping ground. Now, this is a contour band or bench terracing. So this is in bench terracing itself. जो पहाड़ में जो खेती, जो सीढ़ी नुमा खेती है, वो उसका बहुत बेनिफिट है. वो हमारे रिचार्ज के, वाटर सोर्सेज के रिचार्ज के लिए बहुत ही मुफीद था. लेकिन दुर्भाग्य से जब से वो बैरन हो गया, खेती अब हो नहीं रही है, उसका बहुत बड़ा एडवर्स इफेक्ट हमारे वाटर सोर्सेज पे पड़ रहा है, पता. लेकिन अगर if you talk of engineering, then contour bunds and bench terracing is required to stabilize the slopes and store water in that slope in this way. But we have a traditional system of this bench terracing or contour bunds. If you revive our fields, then we can store a lot of water. Now, gully plug, I mean, the water which is not, you cannot store that water, you cannot protect that water in a particular rocky area, then it flows in the gullies or nalas. So wherever it is, and then it comes, you have to think of, choose a place where it is narrow, and you can plug that place, and the reverse ponding will start. So if it is a fan-safe valley, then you can store a lot of water and that water can be need not to have a pakka structure, but you can have a kacha structure also. In Uttarakhand, they have tried with pine needles and rock portion and some stones, and they have been able to store plug the gully. So Nala Band is also the similar. It can be done with pakka structure also. So this type of Nala Band you can have and you can store that water. So check dam is a pakka structure. It has to be designed, and but I will request that whenever you think of constructing a check dam, you have to have a gated check dam, because siltation is very high here, and if you don't desilt it after every monsoon, then it won't store much water. And this is percolation tank. These are all earthen, in Kumaon area in Udham Singh Nagar, you must have seen these big, lakes created, earthen lakes, which stores a lot of water from coming from the mountains. So these are percolation tank, but this is again has to be designed. Earthen tanks, they have to be designed, and they have to be. So this all detail, if somebody is interested, is in manual of rainwater harvesting recharge, published by Uttarakhand Planning Commission. Now, about innovative technologies, as many speakers must have told you, and about all these techniques. So I'm not going to the detail, but the necessary things which needs to be done is hydrological mapping of spring set, identification and delineation of mountain aquifer and springs, classification of springs, identification of discharge area based on soil geological structure and their permeability, creation of database, sustained maintenance and protection of springs with the help of local communities, analysis of land use, land cover, change in the study area and consequent regional, and so on. So all this information needs to be recorded, and for this you need to have a very knowledgeable person to do this type of thing. The earlier solutions which are discussed with you is a simple thing. If you don't have geohydrological person with you or the arrangement with you, so the villagers can be taught to those solutions. If you do those solutions also in your catchment, particularly catchment, then definitely some impact will be there. But for very pinpointed recharge area, identification of recharge area, then you need to this type of studies and this type of. But for this, you need a knowledgeable person, a hydrogeologist, and some knowledge engineering solutions also. So this is again in the water source, you need to identify the water sources and tagging of those water sources so that we could know what is the geography and what is the hydrology in that area. So this is how the hydrological map is prepared, rock type and all these things. So these are all specialized fields. The specialist can do it. I think the villagers need to be very well trained for this, and it will be difficult for them. But anyway, I'm just discussing that this is the technique. These are the rocks, and these rocks, the slope, the texture, and identification of these rocks, and the specialist can tell that which rock is sloping to which direction and how much water it can store. And this is so. Then after this, all this study, then cross section is drawn, and on the basis of this cross section, the drainage line is drawn, and on this drainage line only our springs or rivulets or whatever it is situated. So after this cross section, we can identify the recharge area. This is the terrain, and in this terrain, I can't show you here, but there the circle where it is drawn, it is a recharge area. So this is the most probable recharge area, and we can do our engineering interventions in these recharge area. Then the benefit will be maximum. But it doesn't mean that this is the only area where from the water is being contributed to that spring. There are other area also. Friends, I would like to share with you to increase the discharge of any water source by 1 LPM you need to have a storage of at least 5 lakh liter for 4 months, because if there is no rain in 4 months, then you need to sustain that 5 lakh liter water if you want to have 1 LPM discharge increment in your water source. So that is a big thing. But nevertheless, I mean, this recharge area will definitely benefit you. But for that, you need this type of studies and investigations. So a new approach in this is that identification of indicator plant. There are plant species which indicate the sources or the moist surface, and these indicative plants needs to be studied, research needs to be done, which will be a measure, because nature has got its own balance. So if you identify these plants, then you can find out the source of water, aquifers and source of water. Identify and restore the time-tested chal khal and develop a training needed villages. Definitely, then again, chal khal, time-tested construction, and for that you need to train people, the villagers, and all that. Identify and develop vegetative measures to plug the seismic. In mountains, you must have noticed during earthquake, some sources become dry and some sources increase their discharges tremendously. So this is because the underground aquifer get disturbed. And when underground aquifer or the underground rock formations gets disturbed, then the percolation will increase. So similarly, we have in mountains, apart from very big earthquake, there are tremors which is coming every year. And these tremors are definitely creating widening of our cracks below the ground, which cannot be established easily. If you want to establish those cracks, then you need to conduct a very deep study. So these cracks, apart from many reasons for depleting our water sources, these cracks are also responsible. And there is no technology, no method to plug these widening of cracks. The only method is that there are certain plants whose root system search the water, and their root system is so long, you must have seen up to 50 meters or even up to 100 meters they go. So these root system, if you do research and develop those type of plants and plant those plants in such areas where you are suspecting the seismic effect of fractures and fault, then those plants can definitely plug those cracks. And if those cracks are plugged by these vegetative covers, then definitely the discharge will be increased. So this is another research area which needs to be done. Prescribed measure for chal khal, especially we construct road without thinking that these chal khal are being. So I suggest that these chal khal, if at all is necessary to disturb that, another chal khal or another impounding reservoir should be constructed. We have got scuppers, and in the upstream or in the downstream of that scupper, you can easily construct ponding which can store water. So the principle should be that the amount of water which was being stored, which we disturb, double to that amount of water should be, we create such a facility to store such double amount of that water. Now in Uttarakhand, there are at present about 10,000 boreholes, hand pumps, which are working. And in my opinion, out of this 10,000 working hand pumps, there are about 2,500 at least failed bore, which was not successful. Now, but the drilling was done up to 50 to 60 meters. So they are lying abandoned. So those bore well can be used as a direct injection for recharge. The only thing is that they have to be very well, protected, and that they have to, on the top of that, there should be a perfect, filtration system for not allowing any pollutant, not allowing any sort of which can harm can pollute our underground water source. So it's a perfect system. Very shortly, I'll be. Unfortunately, today I cannot show that, but I have developed this system that we have to develop a filter, and with perforation in that pipe, it should be closed from the top, and from that perforated pipe, gradually the water, the surface runoff of road or anywhere from the rooftop you can do. So this will be a direct injection to the aquifer, and ultimately it will go to the water source somewhere. It will increase the discharge of that particular spring source. So another is that problem is fire protection, and fire is causing a lot of damage to our sources also. It dries your soil, and the discharge is affected, I think. So we need to find out the appropriate solution for this fire. And the easiest solution is that you create moisture in that soil. Where there is moisture, there will be no forest fire. It has been seen that where we did this water conservation structures, there is no forest fire. So that the natural solution is that you have to conserve water through your ponds, increase the soil moisture, increase the soil. If there is soil moisture, definitely the dry leaves or dry, pine needles will not be there. And if they are moist, it will not catch fire easily. Policy intervention for deserted agriculture. 8% of the agriculture is becoming barren. So we have to develop a policy how to tilt those fields, because they are also source of infiltration and percolation, and they are adversely affecting our water sources. So government should think of a policy, or we can ask the villagers also that at least they should think, if they want to conserve their water sources, think that if nothing is possible, at least they can tilt their fields community-wise, so that the water regime is again maintained. Of course, return migration is a big burning issue. So, but anyway, I must think that if there is return migration, then ultimately everything will revive. Those agriculture field will be revived. Now about the vegetative covers, lot of talk must have been discussed here. I just wanted to share with you. These are the plants. There are plants also have got, they are that called transpiration. They also transpire the moisture. They take moisture from the soil, and then they transpire it to the atmosphere. So we should plant such a species whose transpiration rate is minimum to conserve water in our soil. So these are the plants, these are the species which are most suited to our hills. They are grown in hills. And I have discussed, this list is, I have discussed this matter with Garhwal University, professors of Garhwal University, they were the experts, and they have suggested me, and I've discussed with the many learned personalities about these. So they have suggested me these plants. That this is a list. If you want to know this list, this is also in the manual of Uttarakhand manual for rainwater harvesting and recharge. So with this, I think I have concluded this presentation, and these are some government orders for revival of this Chal Khal. This late Tolia Saab, a great man, has issued these orders. So you are free to do that. I mean to say, when government has many times emphasized, and now there is an incentive scheme also to do these things. So water should be everybody's business, and let us conserve this water, and leakage should be stopped. And with this, I thank you, and thank you very much for listening me patiently and giving me this opportunity. So any questions, please?
Thank you, sir. Any question? Participants are welcome for the question. Questions, queries? Anybody? Sir. अगर किसी के कोई क्वेश्चन है तो पूछ सकते हैं. मैं अनुरोध करूंगी पार्टिसिपेंट से. We are waiting for the questions, queries. So thank you so much, sir. for giving such insights into the historical wisdom as well as traditional water conservation techniques. The relevance of these techniques is a great importance today as well. I hope the participants enjoyed the session. So again, thank you so much, sir, for your valuable time and your presentation, sir.
Thank you, madam.
Thank you so much, sir. Participant can write in the chat box about the queries. For the next session, a very important session on convergence of central and state government schemes for sustainable water supply. We have with us Dr. Pravesh Kumar Sharma, sir, faculty SIRD, Himachal Pradesh Institute of Public Administration, HIPA, Shimla. Sir is postgraduate in environment science from Punjab University, Chandigarh, and done his PhD in rural development from Tamil Nadu. Sir has more than 14 years experience in rural development. And sir has a huge experience in conducting capacity training programs and technical sessions, including natural resource management, GIS remote sensing applications, professional software skills. Sir has conducted the program. So I welcome you, sir, in this program, and on behalf of Key Resource Center, and request, sir, for your session. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you very much. Firstly, confirm, please, whether I'm audible or not.
Yeah, sir, you're audible.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much. It's my profound privilege to be a part of this particular group, which is on Jal Jeevan Mission, and I'm grateful to ATI Uttarakhand for that, because they have given me an opportunity to interact with all learned people, all practitioners who are into water sector. And my version is that if you are into water sector, you have been given an opportunity to give life. So it is really an important job you all are doing. I'm also into natural resource management, be it the training part or the research part or the field activities we have been doing in the past. So I think you all must be tired, isn't it? So I would request all of you to please switch on your cameras so that we can have an interactive session. For the time being, like it's more of a what do you call it, your personal experiences, your field experiences. I would like to know, and I would also like to share from my side also. And one more thing, is there anyone who cannot understand Hindi? Can I use both the languages? So I will put it in that way.
Yes, sir.
Okay, no issues with Hindi, no? Right. Thank you. Thank you so much. So please, yeah, I'll keep it bilingual, ma'am.
Yeah.
So I would like to know from your side, how do you visualize convergence as far as the Jal Jeevan Mission is concerned? What is your take on this? We have next 20-25 minutes, and I promise you that I'm not going to take much of your time. We'll take it a kind of outcome-based learning session. As a trainer, I feel that I'm not a resource. Yes, ma'am.
There is a big silence.
Yes, that's why I am interested to know from their side also. Because everyone, I think all the participants are very senior officers from different states. So I would also like to hear from the officers of my own state, Himachal Pradesh, क्योंकि मैं देख रहा हूँ थुनाग से भी यहाँ पर जुड़े हैं जो एग्जीक्यूटिव इंजीनियर हैं, superintending engineers are also there. So kindly suggest your version or your take on the convergence part as far as the Jal Jeevan Mission is concerned.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Sir, convergence, what we understand from the convergence is that गवर्नमेंट कई सेक्टर्स में फंड प्रोवाइड करती है, जैसे 15 फाइन कमीशन की बात करते हैं हम लोग, या मनरेगा में फंड्स आते हैं, वो उनमें कुछ ऐसी एक्टिविटीज होती हैं जो वाटर सेक्टर से संबंधित होती हैं, तो उस पैसे को हम जल जीवन मिशन में यूज कर सकें ताकि जो फंड्स का थोड़ा मतलब एक प्रॉपर यूज हो सके उसी सेक्टर में. अदरवाइज देयर आर सो मेनी एजेंसीज वर्किंग इन द सेम सेक्टर और एक आइसोलेशन में सब काम कर रहे हैं. एक कन्वर्जेंस के साथ काम करें ताकि जो एक अच्छा गोल अचीव हो सके.
So true. Thank you very much for your input. Anyone else? Because I will go ahead with few slides. Take my words, few slides only, not much. I think only that part which is I think more relevant I will be discussing. I will be emphasizing on few points which I think we all should take into the consideration zone. जब हम practical, जब village action plan की इसमें बात की जा रही है, तो जब हम उस पर जाएंगे, we can have these points into consideration. So I think anyone else has to, I think Stanzin ma'am, you have to say something. आप कुछ बोल रहे थे शायद.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
I'm from Ladakh and a lab in charge of water testing laboratory Leh.
Right.
ओके सर, हमने कल और आज बहुत सारे टॉपिक जो ना वाटर कंजर्वेशन बेसिस के बहुत सारे डिस्कशन चल रहे हैं सर. अब मैं जब साइट पे जाती हूँ ना, हर जगह वहाँ बोरवेल जो है ना, सबमर्सिबल हर जगह मतलब इसका प्रोसीजर आजकल बहुत चल रहा है सर. फिर गवर्नमेंट इसका कोई रिस्ट्रिक्शन नहीं है सर कि हर जगह बोरवेल ही बोरवेल होता है. इवन की सोर्स अभी अवेलेबल है, अभी हर जगह ट्रैप वाटर है, यहाँ पे स्ट्रीम है, तब भी गांव के लोग हो चाहे शहर में हो, सब हर जगह मतलब बोरवेल होते हैं. मुझे थोड़ा वाटर स्केर्सिटी की बहुत फिक्र होता है. क्या गवर्नमेंट इस चीज की कोई रिस्ट्रिक्शन नहीं लेता है? इसमें कोई आपके हिसाब से कुछ होगा सर?
very important point you have raised actually. और ऐसा नहीं है कि ये बहुत कोई कॉम्प्लेक्स पॉइंट है या कॉम्प्लेक्स कोई आपने चीज कह दी है. ये बहुत ही सिंपल सी चीज है, बहुत ही छोटी और सिंपल सी चीज है, बट इसको शायद कहीं ना कहीं हम उस हद तक नहीं समझ पा रहे हैं और उस एक्सटेंट तक इसकी समझ नहीं बन रही है जहां तक ये जानी चाहिए. अगर ग्रास रूट लेवल में हम बात करते हैं, पिछले 2 दिन से 1.5 दिन से जो बातचीत हुई है, ऑल लर्नेड पर्सन हैव फोकस्ड ऑन फ्यू इंपॉर्टेंट थिंग्स जो सबकी कॉमन आती हैं. वो है कि आपका जब हम वाटर सेक्टर में कंजर्वेशन की बात करते हैं तो कंजर्वेशन किस एक्सटेंट तक हो और वहां पर कौन कौन, चाहे वो कम्युनिटी है, चाहे सप्लाई साइड है या डिमांड साइड है, क्योंकि डिमांड साइड में हम सभी लोग 100% में आते हैं, क्योंकि बिकॉज वी ऑल आर पार्ट ऑफ द कम्युनिटी. नो, वी आर नॉट ओनली ऑन द सप्लाई साइड. अगर आप डिपार्टमेंट की भी बात कर लें तो डिपार्टमेंट का ऐसा नहीं है कि आप बेंचमार्किंग तय कर लेंगे, सर्विस लेवल बेंचमार्क्स रख लेंगे, सर्विस क्वालिटी अच्छा कर लेंगे, सिर्फ वहीं तक बात जाती है. आप अपने लिए भी घर जाकर देखेंगे कि मेरे घर में पानी आ रहा है तो उस पानी में मैं क्या क्या देखना चाहूंगा, मुझे एक्स्ट्रा एफर्ट्स कितने लगाने पड़ रहे हैं, मेरा अपना कैपिटल कितना अलग से खर्च हो रहा है अगर मैं एक्वा गार्ड या और चीजों कहीं पर इन्वेस्ट कर रहा हूं. क्या हम एक ऐसे लेवल तक नहीं पहुंच पाएंगे अगले 20-25 साल तक जहां पर कि हमारे घर में जो पानी आता हो वो बिल्कुल प्यूरिफाइड वाटर हो, जिसके लिए हमें ना तो किसी आरओ इंस्ट्रूमेंट की बाकी पॉल्यूटेंट्स के रिमूवल के लिए हमें कोई और वेस्ट वाटर ट्रीटमेंट या ग्रे वाटर मैनेजमेंट के लिए कुछ और चीजों की हमें जरूरत एक्स्ट्रा इन्वेस्ट हमें नहीं करना पड़ रहा है. इस तरह के अगर जब हम इस लेवल तक सोचेंगे और वो इनकलकेट होती जाएंगी चीजें ट्रिकल डाउन अप्रोच से, तब जाकर हम इस बात को कह सकते हैं. एनीवेज, थैंक यू वेरी मच फॉर योर इनपुट्स. I would like to share only few slides with you and definitely would like to seek your participation, especially जो लोग प्रैक्टिशनर्स हैं, क्योंकि एकेडमी में हम लोगों का काम थोड़ा सा अलग हो जाता है. जब तक मैं फील्ड में था, I had a closer view. तब एक आपको बड़ी मैक्रो पिक्चर दिख रही होती है। थोड़ा सा आप दूर 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 जाते हो, सॉरी माइक्रो पिक्चर दिख रही होती है। जब दूर जाते हो तो थोड़ा आपको मैक्रो पिक्चर दिखती है। कुछ चीजें हो सकता है वो आपको कुछ कॉन्सेप्चुअल लगे, बट इसमें चीजें वो देखने की कोशिश आप कीजिएगा थ्रू आउट कि जो आपके काम में आ सकती हैं, विच कैन बी अ पार्ट ऑफ योर विलेज एक्शन प्लान, विच कुड विच हैज द प्रैक्टिकल इम्प्लीकेशंस आल्सो, और जिसको वाकई में इम्प्लीमेंट किया जा सकता है। As Axiom Thunag has already mentioned, we have a plenty of schemes, we have a bigger umbrella, but still we are somehow little behind as far as the implementation or even the planning is concerned. So my session would be focusing both on the planning part as well as the implementation part. So जब हमने बात की अभी कन्वर्जेंस की, तो कन्वर्जेंस में यू सी हमें सबसे पहले एसेंस देखने की जरूरत है, दैट व्हाट इज आवर अल्टीमेट ऑब्जेक्टिव. Ultimate objective is to provide your functional household tap connection to every rural household by 2024. अगर मैं हिमाचल के कॉन्टेक्स्ट में देखिए, थोड़ा थोड़ा जोड़ता जाऊंगा मैं, जो थोड़ा सा कॉन्टेक्चुअलाइज करने के लिए कि इन हिमाचल प्रदेश our government has targeted this action till 2022. Means next year July तक हम 100% achieve कर चुके होंगे as far as our action is concerned. उसमें 76.6% tap connections have already been provided. तो ये achievement हो चुकी है. I will not go into the slide reading part because this whole presentation will remain with all the participants. So I think we should go to the mapping and the action oriented slides only. तो इनिशिएटिव्स अभी तक बहुत सारे रहे, और अलग अलग अगर हम स्टेट्स की बात करते हैं तो अलग अलग स्टेट्स में अलग अलग इनिशिएटिव हर एक गवर्नमेंट लेती है. हर 5 साल में चाहे गवर्नमेंट चेंज हो रही है, रिपीट हो रही है, एक पर्टिकुलर एक एक्शन प्लान निकल के आता है जिसमें वाटर सेक्टर को प्रायोरिटी दी जाती है. बट स्टिल वी हैव सर्टेन चैलेंजेस आल्सो. उस पिक्चर को हम दरकिनार नहीं कर सकते. सो इफ वी सी स्पेशली इन दी हाई हिल्स, जो टफ टेरेन है, और नॉर्थ ईस्टर्न स्टेट्स की हम बात कर लें, see government has given enough opportunities, like कहीं हमें फंड्स में रियायत दे दी, 90-10 का रेशियो दे दिया, और कहीं थोड़ी सी और हमें चीजें इसमें कर दी. अगर आपने if you all have gone through the guidelines, उसमें क्लियरली मेंशन किया गया है कि अगर हमारा शेड्यूल कास्ट, शेड्यूल ट्राइब ओरिएंटेड एरिया है या हमारा हिली टेरेन है, तो वहां पर जो हम जिसको हम काइंड में बोलते हैं कंट्रीब्यूशन को, जो श्रमदान कहते हैं, तो वो एग्जम्प्ट किया गया है. तो सॉर्ट ऑफ लाइक गाइडलाइंस थोड़ी सी लिबरल हैं उस मामले में, बट स्टिल वी आर फेसिंग सम चैलेंजेस, जो मैं ये नहीं कहता कि प्लेन एरियाज में चैलेंजेस नहीं है, उन चैलेंजेस पर भी आएंगे. थोड़ा सा ये आइडिया सिर्फ यहाँ पर डिस्कशन का ये है कि जब हम इम्प्लीमेंटेशन की बात करते हैं, हम प्लानिंग से शुरू करते हुए चलते हैं, और यहाँ पर हमारा इफेक्टिव इम्प्लीमेंटेशन टोटली डिपेंड करता है योर प्रपोज्ड प्लान टोटली. जो आपका शुरू में आप कम्युनिटी के बीच में, क्योंकि बहुत सारी बातें होगी, आई वांट टू रिपीट ऑल दोस पॉइंट्स, जो चाहे वो कम्युनिटी पार्टिसिपेशन की बात की गई हो, पार्टिसिपेटरी वे में लोगों के इंक्लूजन की बात की गई हो, उनकी ओनरशिप की बात की गई हो. अभी मैडम ने जो मेंशन किया, आई टोटली एग्री विद दोज पॉइंट्स कि हमारे पास वाटर रिसोर्सेज की कमी नहीं है. फॉर एग्जांपल अगर लेह की हम बात करें, लद्दाख की हम बात करें, तो देयर इज वन इंजीनियर जिसका कल शायद उनका जिक्र भी इसमें किया गया था, मिस्टर नौफल चिवांग. सो आई वाज एसोसिएटेड विद हिम आल्सो. जब उन्होंने जो ग्लेशियर्स का उन्होंने हार्वेस्टिंग भी की है, तो ये एक्चुअली छोटी छोटी इनोवेशंस है, हर कोई कर रहा है. सो अगर हमारा राजेंद्र सिंह जी वाटरमैन जो है इंडिया के, इफ ही इज पुटिंग सम एफर्ट्स इन दैट एरिया जहां पर कोई स्कोप ही नहीं था, तो हमारे अपने लेवल पर हमें आइडेंटिफाई तो हम कर सकते हैं कि वो क्या अप्रोचेस हैं, क्या छोटे छोटे केसेस हैं कि जहां पर अभी तक वाटर सेक्टर में ह्यूज सक्सेस मिली है, बट वो छोटे छोटे एरिया में कन्फाइंड क्यों रह गया. आई वुड लाइक यू टू स्विच ऑन योर कैमरास प्लीज. चैलेंजेस हैं, क्योंकि हमारे पास बहुत सारे चैलेंजेस हैं इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू से। देखिए, अब मैं आ रहा हूं कन्वर्जेंस वाले पॉइंट पे, कि हमारे लिए अगर अल्टीमेट ऑब्जेक्टिव ये है कि वी हैव टू प्रोवाइड बेटर वाटर सर्विसेज, जैसा कि कल जॉइंट सेक्रेटरी मैम ने भी कहा कि हमारा सर्विस का क्राइटेरिया होना चाहिए, बेंच मार्क को थोड़ा सा उससे ऊपर अचीव करना पड़ेगा। दूसरा है फंक्शनैलिटी का। अगर दो चीजों को हम इकट्ठा लेकर देखें तो कन्वर्जेंस के लिए हमारे पास पॉइंट्स निकल के आ जाते हैं। और अगर हम ब्रॉडर एरियाज की इसमें और बात करें तो हमारे पास सेफ ड्रिंकिंग वाटर का इशू है, वी हैव सैनिटेशन इशू, द हाइजीन पार्ट, हेल्थ पार्ट। इसके लिए there are so many institutions, so many organizations which have their own schemes, own activities जो वो करना चाह रहे हैं, उनके पास पैसा भी है, but they do not have that plan which has to be implemented, which has to be put in place well. और इसी वजह से हमारा जो अल्टीमेटली प्रॉब्लम कहाँ आता है कि हम स्टेट में, डिस्ट्रिक्ट में प्लान लेकर फंस जाते हैं, और एट द विलेज लेवल we do not have that perfect plan which has to be put in place there. So I would like to emphasize that community participation should be there, but community को participate करने से पहले they should be well aware of, they should be acquainted with at least know-how of the mission part, कि हमने करना क्यों है। अगर हम बात करें सोशल मैपिंग की, हम बात करें रिसोर्स मैपिंग की, इफ यू आर एंगेजिंग दैट कम्युनिटी, दे शुड नो, एक्चुअली दे शुड हैव द प्रायर नॉलेज। उनको ये पता होना चाहिए, नो डाउट ट्रेडिशनल नॉलेज दे ऑल हैव, जो वहां पर रह रहे हैं, कि जी हमारी ट्रेसिंग अगर की जाए तो हमारे पेरिनियल रिसोर्सेज इतने थे और आज हमारे रिसोर्सेज जो हैं वो अब इतने रह चुके हैं। सो माय टेक इज कि हम जब भी इन स्कीम्स की बात, जो मैं अगली स्लाइड्स में आपके साथ करने वाला हूं, जैसे एक्सिन्स आपने वहां से किया कि देयर इज 15 फाइनेंस कमीशन प्रोविजंस आर देयर, 50-50 tied and untied grant is there. Tied grant is specifically for water and sanitation sector, जो 50% की हम बात करते हैं, और उसके अलावा भी हमारे पास बहुत सारे प्रोविजंस हैं। इफ वी टॉक अबाउट एमजी नरेगा, in MG नरेगा almost 70 to 80% एक्टिविटीज आर वाटर कंजर्वेशन एक्टिविटीज, वो वाटर सेक्टर पर फोकस करती है। सो बट द आइडिया इज कि हमें नॉलेज कितनी है दूसरे डिपार्टमेंट की जो स्कीम्स हैं, एंड सी देयर आर सो मेनी डिपार्टमेंट्स वर्किंग ऑन द सेम थीमेटिक एरिया। फॉर एग्जांपल वाटर सेक्टर, देयर आर इन स्टेट देयर आर 7 to 8 डिपार्टमेंट्स जिनके वाटर सेक्टर पर अपने अपने प्रोग्राम्स हैं, बट क्रंच पार्ट कहाँ है? कहीं पर पैसे की कमी है, एंड एट फ्यू प्लेसेस देयर इज अ क्रंच ऑफ मैन पावर। तो हमारे पास अल्टीमेटली हमें यहां से गैप कहाँ निकल के आता है? गैप इज जहां मैन पावर नहीं है वहां मैन पावर प्रोवाइड कीजिए, जहां पर इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर की कमी है वहां इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर प्रोवाइड कीजिए, जहां फंड्स की कमी है वहां फंड्स प्रोवाइड कीजिए। सो ब्रॉडली 3 एरियाज क्या हो सकते हैं? आपकी फंड्स की डवटेलिंग हो सकती है। फंड्स की डवटेलिंग के बाद आपकी जो फिजिकल डवटेलिंग हो सकती है। फिर आते हैं कुछ कॉस्टलेस मेथड्स जो शायद अभी तक बहुत ज्यादा डिस्कस भी हो चुके हैं, और उन डिस्कशंस में एनजीओज की बात की गई थी कि देयर आर फ्यू एनजीओज, और स्पेशली हिमाचल में थोड़ी सी आयरनी है हमारी कि वी डू नॉट हैव दैट आई मीन बेस ऑफ एनजीओज की जो इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर या असेट मैनेजमेंट में जा सकते हैं, असेट क्रिएशन में जा सकते हैं, क्योंकि उनके पास भी क्रंच है। 5-6 लोग हैं, 6-7 लोग हैं, तो दे आर इनटू लाइक कम्युनिटी मोबिलाइजेशन या एनवायरनमेंट बिल्डिंग में है कहीं ना कहीं। तो अगर हम बात करते हैं कि पूरे जल जीवन मिशन के लिए एक एनजीओ, सीबीओज और कम्युनिटी बेस्ड जितनी भी और बाकी वॉलंटरी ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस हैं उनको लाया जाए, तो मे बी थोड़ा सा ग्रे एरिया यहाँ पर ये आता है कि दे मे नॉट बी विलिंग, और ये थोड़ा सा टीडियस टास्क भी बन सकता है। सो एटलीस्ट वी कैन हैव द इम्प्लीमेंटेशन स्ट्रेटेजी ऑन दोज पॉइंट्स जो डुएबल है, उन पर तो बात की ही जा सकती है। एक्चुअली आई एम स्किपिंग दी स्लाइड्स क्योंकि ये बातें ऑलरेडी हमारी हो चुकी है। So when it comes to the convergence part, convergence is not for the for at the state level कि state level पर ही हमारी convergence हो. We actually are talking about नीति आयोग regime. नीति आयोग में जितने भी डिपार्टमेंट के जो प्लान्स तैयार हो रहे हैं, that is on the basic thematic area which is bottom up planning, जो प्लानिंग कमीशन से थोड़ा सा अलग है. वी आर नॉट डिसबर्सिंग अमाउंट कि जी ये पैसा पकड़ लो और इसके हिसाब से आप काम एग्जीक्यूट करो. नो, वी हैव द मनी, वी हैव टू लुक इनटू द रिसोर्सेज. रिसोर्स एनवेलप देखना पड़ेगा. इफ देयर इज देयर आर फंड्स लाइंग इन द रूरल डेवलपमेंट डिपार्टमेंट, तो जल शक्ति विभाग उसके साथ टाई अप कब और कैसे कर सकता है. इफ दे आर फ्लोटिंग देयर लेबर बजट इन द मंथ ऑफ अक्टूबर, तो वो एक्सरसाइज अप्रैल से लेकर अक्टूबर के बीच में हो जानी चाहिए, जो कि जल शक्ति विभाग और रूरल डेवलपमेंट डिपार्टमेंट के बीच में हो जानी चाहिए. और जब मैं थोड़ा सा कुछ एक स्ट्रॉन्ग पॉइंट्स पे आऊंगा, वी हैव टॉक्ड अबाउट द एनजीओज, वीओज. सी, दिस इज अ स्क्रीनशॉट आई हैव टेकन फ्रॉम वन न्यूज़पेपर वेयर the then steel minister have said, industries minister Mr. Dharmendra Pradhan has said that there should be a convergence between steel and Jal Shakti mission. So this is a statement on the ministry level. So likewise, our states should have the priority for the convergence part. उसके advantages और disadvantages दोनों हैं. एक तो आप फंड्स बहुत बचाते हो, और जो आपका एक एस्केलेशन है, एस्केलेशन को भी आप मीट आउट कर सकते हो. सो देयर इज अ जो हमारा प्लानिंग पार्ट में है, आई थिंक यू ऑल मस्ट हैव गॉन थ्रू द प्लानिंग पार्ट की. विलेज एक्शन प्लान है, उसमें आइडेंटिफिकेशन होनी है, उसमें कुछ सिलेक्शन होनी है, उसमें स्कोप देखा जाएगा, एक्टिविटीज कैसे होनी है, उसका रिव्यू होगा, सिंथेसाइज किया जाएगा. लाइक आवर प्रीवियस स्पीकर्स वर सेइंग कि इसमें ग्राम सभा में लेके जाइए. देयर इज वन प्रोविजन एक्चुअली. ये मैं अलग अलग जितनी आपको स्लाइड्स दिखा रहा हूँ, इसमें बेसिकली अलग अलग स्टेट्स के अलग अलग प्रोग्राम्स हैं जो काफी इनपुट दे सकते हैं आपके जेजे मिशन के लिए. वो अलग अलग मिनिस्ट्रीज के द्वारा रन किए जा रहे हैं. तो वी कैन हैव दैट सॉर्ट ऑफ convergence framework. But I would like to put forth one very important component here, that is GPDP, Gram Panchayat Development Plan. See, the government is emphasizing on the implementation of GPDP. उसमें क्या है कि जब हमारे पास especially for the hilly areas like हिमाचल प्रदेश, जहां पर population 90% तक hilly areas में ही रह रही है, so we can have the effective implementation of this GPDP. GPDP में no doubt what Jal Shakti Vibhag is doing, Jal Shakti Vibhag has its own implementation channel. कोई इशू नहीं है उसमें. जो हमारा ग्राम पंचायत डेवलपमेंट प्लान है, उसमें एक्टिविटीज, सेक्टोरल एक्टिविटीज डिफाइन की जाती हैं. उसमें आपके जितने वाटर सेक्टर से रिलेटेड एक्टिविटीज हैं जो आपके जल जीवन मिशन को एड्रेस कर रही हैं, चाहे उसमें आपकी कवरेज हो पूरी हाउस होल्ड तक के वाटर टैप कनेक्शंस की, आपकी सस्टेनेबिलिटी का इशू हो, वाटर क्वालिटी का इशू हो, या ऑलरेडी ट्रेडिशनल चैनल्स बने हुए हैं. फॉर एग्जांपल, पूल आर देयर, इरिगेशन चैनल जिसको हम बोलते हैं, मे बी जो और स्टेट्स के जुड़े होंगे, दे हैव देयर ओन सिस्टम ऑफ ट्रेडिशनल वाटर सोर्सेज. तो अगर उसको चैनलाइज करना है मेन स्ट्रीम से, जिसको हम एक कमांड एरिया डेवलपमेंट प्लान बोलते हैं होलिस्टिकली, सो कैपिटल इन्वेस्टमेंट कहां होगी? जहां पर आपके ओवरहेड टैंक्स बनेंगे. और बाकी का जो चैनलाइज आपको करना है, दैट कैन बी मेट आउट फ्रॉम द रूरल डेवलपमेंट डिपार्टमेंट. फॉर एग्जांपल, अगर आपके पास ट्रेडिशनल वाटर सोर्सेज हैं, एमजी नरेगा में उनको करवाइए. फर्दर जहां पर आपका स्टोरेज का है, स्टोरेज का जल शक्ति विभाग करे. आगे आपका जो फाइनली जो टैप वाटर से जाना है, वो जल शक्ति विभाग वहां पर करे. सो देयर आर स्मॉल स्टेप्स, बट दिस कैन बी अ पार्ट ऑफ जीपीडीपी. और ये इफेक्टिवली इंप्लीमेंटेशन होगा जब इसको आप टाइमलाइन के साथ एडहियर करेंगे. नो डाउट फाइनेंशियल थिंग इज देयर, फाइनेंशियल टारगेट्स होते हैं,
सर आप सुन पा रहे हैं?
वीडियो पॉज हो गया है जी।
सर शायद थोड़ा सा नेटवर्क इश्यू हो रहा है सर आपकी तरफ। सर वॉल्यूम आवाज आपकी क्लियर है सर, आप कंटिन्यू करें प्लीज। शायद हम सर के साथ कुछ टेक्निकल इशू आ गया है, 2 मिनट दें, सर को वापस कनेक्ट करते हैं।
Am I audible?
Yes sir.
Okay, thank you. Sorry for the this technical glitch. Actually, I think it was on my part only. So I was talking about it is my last take basically, because just a moment. I hope my slide is visible to all.
Yes sir.
Okay, thank you so much. So GPDP framework basically देखिए हमारे पास जितनी स्कीम्स हैं, चाहे हम बात कर लें 15th फाइनेंस कमीशन की, उसमें अभी मैंने जिक्र किया कि देयर इज 50-50 प्रोविजन, 50% टाइड ग्रांट एंड 50 अनटाइड ग्रांट। सो 50 तो 100% है कि आप उसको जो 50% वाला पार्ट है उसको वाटर एंड सैनिटेशन एक्टिविटीज में आप कर सकते हैं यूटिलाइज। सो जल जीवन मिशन की है, उसके अलावा जो बाकी भी आपके पास ग्रांट आती है उसको भी आप वाटर रिलेटेड एक्टिविटीज में कर सकते हो। बट देयर इज वन इशू व्हिच आई हैव सीन इन द फील्ड कि पंचायत लेवल पर क्या कर रहे हैं फंक्शनरीज कि वो लोग पाथ मेकिंग में, रोड्स एक्टिविटीज हैं और कुछ एक जो बाकी का इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर है उसमें ज्यादा यूटिलाइज कर रहे हैं, बिकॉज दे डू नॉट हैव द नॉलेज कि उसमें 50% का हमारे पास वाटर सेक्टर के लिए प्रोविजन है। सो दिस कैन बी डन। और उसमें जितनी अभी एक्टिविटीज मॉर्निंग ऑनवर्ड जो हम अभी तक भी देख रहे थे, everyone was focusing on the augmentation of the existing water sources. So इसमें primarily आप ये 15 फाइनेंस कमीशन से मीट आउट कर सकते हैं। इवन ऑन दी सेकेंडरी जो हमारे पास ग्रे वाटर मैनेजमेंट है, ग्रे वाटर ट्रीटमेंट है और उसका रीयूज है, those activities can also be utilized here. So other if I talk about the resource envelope as far as the RD programs and other programs are concerned at the panchayat level, there can be a convergence framework for the like अगर आप स्कूल के लिए दे रहे हैं, आप स्कूल टॉयलेट्स है, ग्राम पंचायत का ऑफिस है, हेल्थ सेंटर है, वहां पर वाटर फैसिलिटी है, वो कैसे प्रोवाइड करनी है, दैट कैन आल्सो बी टेकन इनटू कंसिडरेशन, जो आपका जीपीडीपी के ही उसमें फ्रेमवर्क में ये फॉल कर सकता है। ड्रिंकिंग वाटर है, टॉयलेट यूज के लिए है, वहां पर दोनों ही आपके पास प्रोविजन है, आप इसको 15 फाइनेंस कमीशन से भी मीट आउट कर सकते हैं। देन कम्स द सैनिटेशन। सैनिटेशन में आपके पास स्वच्छ भारत मिशन ग्रामीण में इसमें पैसा भी है और आपके पास जो मैन पावर है, मैन पावर भी इसमें यूटिलाइज हो सकती है। और देन सबसे बड़ा एनवेलप जो रिसोर्स एनवेलप which I see and which we have been inculcating through our training program also, वो है हमारे पास MGNREGS, जो मनरेगा में आपके पास स्कोप है, वो शायद और प्रोग्राम्स में इतना ज्यादा नहीं, क्योंकि यहाँ पर आपके पास जो लेबर का है, लेबर कॉस्ट आपका टोटली यहाँ पर आपके पास एक तो लेबर आपको प्रोवाइड हो जाएगी। फॉर एग्जांपल अगर आपके पास लिफ्ट से आप ड्रिंकिंग वाटर फैसिलिटी प्रोवाइड कर रहे हैं, तो जो चाहे आपके पास ट्रेंचिंग से हो रही है, ट्रेंचिंग एक्टिविटीज है, वो आप MGNREGS से मीट आउट कीजिए। आपका अपना जो है मटेरियल पार्ट पे जल शक्ति विभाग वहां पर खर्चा कर ले, तो दिस कैन बी अ प्लान व्हिच कैन बी पुट अप इनटू दिस MG नरेगा का जो शेल्फ तैयार होता है उसमें जाए, लेबर बजट में रिफ्लेक्ट हो, और फाइनली जो विलेज एक्शन प्लान है उसमें भी उसकी रिफ्लेक्शन हो। देन कम्स द एक्चुअल पार्ट, जो हम सर्विस डिलीवरी की बात कर रहे थे। सर्विस डिलीवरी बेटर तब हो सकती है जब हमारे ग्रास रूट लेवल पर जो फंक्शनरीज हैं दे आर स्किल्ड इनफ। वहां पर हमारे पास DDU GKY मिशन जो है, विच इज फ्रॉम द मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ स्किल डेवलपमेंट, और ये स्टेट में भी अपना काम कर रहे हैं, और स्टेट स्पेसिफिक, फॉर एग्जांपल इन हिमाचल प्रदेश देयर इज मुख्यमंत्री ग्राम कौशल विकास योजना। सो यहाँ पर हमारे पास एक तो मैन पावर, ट्रेन मैन पावर प्रोड्यूस हो सकती है, उसमें शॉर्ट टर्म लॉन्ग टर्म कोर्सेज, हैंड ऑन ट्रेनिंग जो है अलग अलग, चाहे हैंड पंप ऑपरेटर है, पंप ऑपरेटर्स हैं, पावर पंप ऑपरेटर्स की बात कर लें, वाटर ट्रीटमेंट के लिए जो आपका स्किल्ड स्टाफ होगा वो यूटिलाइज हो सकता है। आई होप इट इज ऑडिबल।
Yes, sir.
Am I audible? Okay, okay. There is one issue in from my side only, so sorry for that. Anyways, so as far as the capacity building of panchayats is concerned, there are state training institutes, so we can have the training part done in those training institutions. Like we have ATI, as ATI is a key resource center in Uttarakhand. Likewise, we have our Jal Shakti Vibhag Training Institute here in Himachal Pradesh, that is in Mandi district, that is key resource center. We at ATI Himachal Pradesh, we can also organize training programs, although we are organizing in few slots, we are organizing training programs on Jal Jeevan Mission as well. So that was all from my side, because we have already discussed all these dovetailing part and the action plan part. So thank you very much for your kind listening, because I think the time is over. So I will stop myself, and I would like to hear from your side if there is any question or query. So I would like to address to that query, please. Thank you very much. And thank you ATI Uttarakhand for giving me this big opportunity. Thank you.
Any question from participant side? The convergence is a very important session.
Hello, good morning, sir.
Yeah.
I am Maras Kumar, Jalgam, Uttarakhand, assistant engineer. Exactly, I am trying to very working on 15 finance. इसमें एक्चुअली दिक्कत मेरे को क्या आ रही थी बार बार कि 15 फाइनेंस में टाइट फंड और अनटाइट फंड हो गए. टाइट फंड वाटर एंड सैनिटेशन का, और अनटाइट फंड हो गए हमारे इसके जो सीसी और रोड वगैरह के चल रहे हैं. तो मैंने कोशिश करी कि अपने एस्टिमेटों में इसको एडजस्ट किया जाए, पर एक्चुअली दिक्कत ये आ रही है कि एसडब्ल्यूएसएम और डेवलपमेंट से हमें फंड रिलीज होगा और इनका जो फंड रिलीज होगा वो राज्य से होगा. तो मतलब एक वो नहीं बन पा रही हमारी कि किस प्रकार से इन्हें हम मतलब अपने आप को रेगुलेट करें इनको, कि जो इनके फंड है वो हमारे फंड से एडजस्ट हो सके. जैसे कि मेरे को अगर सीसी रोड डालनी है या इन्होंने वाटर सप्लाई का वर्क ले रखा है, तो मैं ये बता रहा हूँ कि भाई मेरे पाइपलाइन में आप जो पाइपलाइन आपने प्रपोजल रखा है, इस कुछ पाइपलाइन आप इसमें एडजस्ट करें. अब ये वाली उनकी शर्त ये होती है कि आपके फंड कब तक आएंगे या हमारे प्रपोजल कब तक रहेंगे. मतलब भाई कंफ्यूजन ये हो रही है कि फंड कैसे एडजस्ट किया जाए, कन्वर्जेंस कैसे किया जाए इनका प्रधान को लेके भी और हमको, मतलब जीपीस को भी लेके भी और हमको लेके भी. मतलब कुछ फंड्स हमारे कब तक आएंगे या उनके प्रपोजल कब तक रहेंगे या उनकी सीसीज. अब उनके कई बार ये होते हैं कि उनकी सीसीज, भाई हमने कुछ सीसी थोड़ी तो जो रेक्टिफिकेशन है कि भाई ये सीसीज आप इसमें इन्वॉल्व कर दें ताकि हमारा फंड जो है वो थोड़ा सा मिनिमाइज हो सके. पर वो ऐसा ना होते हुए मतलब कई प्रॉब्लम्स क्रिएट हो रही है. तो उसको कैसे एडजस्ट किया जाए सर, मतलब इस फंड को और हमारे फंड को मैच करते हुए, ताकि हम अपने डीपीआर को एग्जैक्ट मिनिमम कर सके. और मैं कोशिश कर रहा था उससे, बकायदा मैंने उनसे प्रपोजल लिए, उनके प्रपोजल को एडजस्ट किया, अपने उसमें डाला. फिर उन्होंने कहा कि सर ये सीसी रोड तो कुछ इंपॉर्टेंट है हमारी. मैंने कहा अगर मेरे उसमें आती है तो कई लाख कम हो जाएंगे ताकि मेरी डीपीआर अच्छी जाएगी. कुछ वाटर सप्लाई है, या उन्होंने कुछ टैंक, जैसे कुछ टैंक एडजस्ट कर दिए, जबकि टैंक की जरूरत, जब हम टैंक दे रहे हैं अगर उसके अंदर हमारे टैंक आ जाते हैं तो काफी उसमें हमारे को हम बेनिफिट वो करेंगे. लेकिन सर वो फंड की उससे मतलब थोड़ा कंफ्यूजन है कि एग्जैक्टली हम इसको कैसे एडजस्ट करें, ताकि हम, या तो वो हमसे कोई भी प्रपोजल लेने से पहले वो एक क्वेश्चन करें कि क्या जल निगम की कोई योजना या कोई भी प्लानिंग उसके अंदर है, और वो है तो उसको हमारे से एडजस्ट करते हुए वो करें तो बेस्ट होगा. लेकिन ऐसा कुछ हो नहीं रहा, मतलब हमसे कुछ क्वेश्चन नहीं हो रहे, या हम उनसे जाके क्वेश्चन पूछ रहे तो तब तक उनका प्रपोजल तैयार हो जा रहा है. तो थोड़ा सा इसमें कंफ्यूजन है सर, इसको कैसे एडजस्ट करें जरा, मतलब थोड़ा इसमें.
I think I have got your point, although there is, I think, a slight issue with the connection, but still, I got your point. देखिए, मैं शायद इस चीज को बीच में कहना भी चाह रहा था. Hello, am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Actually, it got standstill. No. So, anyways, आप जो बात कह रहे हैं उसमें एक चीज तो ये है देखने वाली कि उनको 15 फाइनेंस कमीशन का जो ट्रेंच है वो उनको एलोकेट हो गया होगा पंचायत लेवल तक. फिर आती है बात को, जो मैं जो विलेज एक्शन प्लान की आपकी बात कर रहा हूँ. देखिए, एक मैंने बात अभी जीपीडीपी की है. तो जीपीडीपी में अगर आप इंक्लूड इसको करो,
Sir, you are paused now.
Not audible.
Sir is not audible.
Network issue.
कुछ network issue है. हम सर का मोबाइल नंबर और ईमेल एड्रेस प्रोवाइड करेंगे. तो सर आप उनसे मोबाइल से और व्हाट्सएप से और ईमेल से भी बात कर सकते हैं. मेरे ख्याल से सर डिस्कनेक्ट हो गए.
हाँ.
कुछ टेक्निकल
I have just shared my phone number. My sincere apologies, क्योंकि शायद डिस्कनेक्शन जो है वो कहीं ना कहीं हमारे इंस्टीट्यूट के एंड से ही है. तो ये मैंने चैट बॉक्स में नंबर भी शेयर कर लिया है. I can thoroughly answer their queries. I know the time is already, I think it's over. So thank you very much.
So thank you so much, sir, for your wonderful session. and thank you for taking initiative for interacting to the participant. So thank you so much, and we will provide your phone number, your email address, and address to the participant so that they can contact you for further queries and questions.
Thank you so much. Thank you, ATI Uttarakhand, Honorable Director, sir, Joint Director, sir, and Madam you, for giving me this opportunity. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you again. Thank you so much, sir. Now we are in valedictory session. I again welcome all participants in this session. For valedictory session, we have with us our Deputy Director, Sri Jagdish Kanpal sir. Sir is 2007 batch PCS officer and have more than 15 years experience in administration. And we have Mr. Manoj Pandey sir, faculty, Uttarakhand Academy of Administration, Nainital. Sir has done his engineering from IIT Kharagpur in the year of 1988 and also hold the management degree. Sir presently heading the urban development sir in the academy. So I welcome you, sir, on behalf of participants and institutions. Sir, we have covered the title, the subject in today's training program. In first session, the session was covered overview of the JJM mission by Rupa Mr. Ma'am. She enlightened us and motivated us for achieving the goal of JJM, of course, and the other sessions which we have covered the concept of spring set and the concept of integrated water resource management, spring set hydrology, spring set mapping, groundwater recharging, traditional and new technologies of rainwater harvesting, and the structure of the creation of through rainwater harvesting in the schools, Anganwadi and private sectors. And the other, the day two. The today is very important day for us. We covered introduction of IoT device, the new device to monitor rural water, drinking water supply, and the important session for our additional secretary, Jal Jeevan Mission and Jal Shakti, Ministry of Jal Shakti, Mr. Bharat Kalsar blessed us and enlightened us to achieve the goal of JJM. Then the soul of the JJM, the community participation was covered by Lapcha sir, the PCF of Uttarakhand state, retired PCS, and the new and traditional techniques of water resources and new interventions and innovations was covered by our Unial sir, who is also retired from HOD Jal Sasthan, and of course the last session covered by the convergence covered by Professor from Himachal. So this is the now we are in very session, sir. Now I request our participants for the feedback, and and I also request to give your suggestions for that so that we can modify our schedule our titles and topics, because we have तीन और हमारे पास programs हैं जो हमने आगे cover करने हैं, and your suggestion हमें बहुत ज़्यादा help करेंगे to modify the schedule and revise the schedule. So I request all the participants, please give your feedback about the training program and the topics which can be covered the other program, the remaining program. Again, a big silence from the participants. मैं आप लोग के सजेशन चाहूंगी, क्योंकि 2 दिन का एक प्रोग्राम था. हाँ, and you can हम लोग फीडबैक फॉर्म भी आपको प्रोवाइड कर रहे हैं गूगल के थ्रू। तो मैं रिक्वेस्ट करूंगी कि हमें, क्योंकि 15 तारीख से जो दूसरा प्रोग्राम है वो स्टार्ट होगा, एंड उसमें हमें जो आपके सजेशंस होंगे उसको इनकॉर्पोरेट करने में बहुत मदद मिलेगी। मैं सभी से अनुरोध करूंगी कि प्लीज हमें अभी भी वर्बल आपके फीडबैक भी हमें मिल जाएंगे तो बहुत अच्छा होगा। और जो हमारे फीडबैक्स हैं, फीडबैक फॉर्म है, वो हमें जल्दी से अगर आप दे पाएंगे तो हम अगला जो सेशन है, अगला जो प्रोग्राम है, क्योंकि वही स्टेट हमें फिर से रिपीट करने हैं, तो आपके स्टेट के हिसाब से क्या चीजें मिसिंग रही और क्या चीजें नहीं आनी चाहिए, ये बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट होगा हमारे लिए। तो मैं चाहूंगी कि इस प्रोग्राम के बारे में क्या फीडबैक आपके रहे, आपके क्या एक्सपीरियंसेस रहे, आप हमें बता सकते हैं। ऑनलाइन प्रोग्राम बहुत डिफिकल्ट है। कोई बोलना चाहेगा मैडम फ्रॉम लद्दाख?
यस मैम, ट्रेनिंग सेशन के बीच में थोड़ा सा ब्रेक होना बहुत जरूरी है मैम। पूरा कंटिन्यूस
मैं एक्चुअली ये जानना चाह रही थी क्योंकि दिस इज आवर फर्स्ट प्रोग्राम, इसमें आपके जितने भी सजेशंस होंगे वो हमारे लिए बहुत ही वैल्यूएबल होंगे। और आगे, क्योंकि अभी आपने देखा कि सर ने बहुत बहुत बड़ी बड़ी बातें कही कि हमें कैसे काम करना है, तो बहुत जरूरी होगा एज ए KRC हमारे लिए जानना कि क्या मिसिंग था और क्या हम कर सकते हैं आगे।
It was a very interactive session and very learning session. और एक रिक्वेस्ट रहेगी हमारी कि बीच में क्योंकि हम ऑफिस में बैठे हैं, we were not attending the training in your academy. बीच में हमारे ऑफिशियल एंगेजमेंट्स भी चल रही थी, लोग भी मिलने आ रहे थे कि we are पब्लिक के साथ जुड़े हैं, तो पब्लिक आती है, उनको मना कर नहीं सकते हम लोग। बीच में डिस्टर्ब हो रहे थे हम लोग, बीच में केवल लिंक ब्रेक हुआ है हमारा, बीच में पावर फेलियर भी रहा 2-3 बार। तो इसकी अगर वीडियो जो बीच में 1-2 जो है तो काइंडली अगर शेयर हो सके किसी तरह हमारे साथ।
ये YouTube में भी इसकी रिकॉर्डिंग
अगर रहे तो उनके लिंक हमें मिल जाए मैडम, वी विल वेरी ग्रेटफुल। तो जो अगर मिस हो गया पार्ट उसको वी कैन
प्रोवाइड ऑल द प्रेजेंटेशंस एंड वीडियोस एंड ऑल द ट्रेनिंग मटेरियल इन द ग्रुप और ईमेल आल्सो।
ठीक है, थैंक यू वेरी मच, थैंक यू वेरी मच।
Any other suggestion? Ministry has also sanctioned 10 face-to-face training program for on planning and implementation and monitoring of this of JJM. So we need your suggestions for that program also. Anyway, sir. कुछ सजेशन तो देंगे जो हम आगे बढ़ेंगे। Now I request our deputy director sir, please address our part.
सभी को मेरा नमस्कार। कल ये प्रोग्राम स्टार्ट हुआ था और हमारे डायरेक्टर सर सुशील कुमार सर ने नोटिस किया और नोडल सेशन में उनका मिश्रा मैडम जॉइंट सेक्रेटरी भारत सरकार इस पूरे प्रोजेक्ट, पूरे मिशन के बारे में वास्ट और डिटेल इनपुट्स दिए। जैसा कि सभी पार्टिसिपेंट्स जानते हैं और बचपन से हमने सुना है, जल ही जीवन है और उसी पर बेस्ड जल जीवन मिशन है। यानी ये पूरा मिशन मानवता के जीवन से जुड़ा हुआ है। और इस 2 दिन के इस डिटेल वर्कशॉप में लगभग 100 पार्टिसिपेंट्स जुड़े और हर पार्टिसिपेंट का मोर देन 20 इयर्स का एक्सपीरियंस लगभग रहा। तो यदि हम इसको देखें तो करीब 2000 इयर्स का हमारे पास एक्सपीरियंस था शेयर करने के लिए और बहुत से लोगों ने अपने एक्सपीरियंस शेयर किए। और इस वर्कशॉप से हर पार्टिसिपेंट ने इतना इनपुट जरूर लिया होगा, मेरा ये मानना है और ये अकेडमी मानती है कि जो माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने जिस उद्देश्य से, जिस ग्रोथ के साथ इस मिशन को लॉन्च किया है, उस मिशन को हम इन टाइम और जो उसके गोल्स हैं, जो ऑब्जेक्ट्स हैं, उनको हम प्राप्त कर लेंगे। तो ये 2 दिन की कार्यशाला इन दोनों चीजों में इम्प्लीमेंट करने में हमें हर पार्टिसिपेंट को सहयोग देगी। ये मेरा विश्वास रहा है। और फर्दर जो हमारा 15 तारीख से इसमें हमारा सेकेंड प्रोग्राम आना है, उस प्रोग्राम में जो अभी सजेशन दिए हैं और कुछ फीडबैक फॉर्म्स में आप हमें देंगे, उनको भी इनकॉर्पोरेट करेंगे। और उसमें एक्स्ट्रा कुछ यदि रिसोर्स पर्सन की हमें आवश्यकता पड़ेगी, लगेगी कि कुछ फील्ड्स में हमें और चर्चा करनी है, तो हम उनको भी इनकॉर्पोरेट करने का प्रयास करेंगे। तो इसमें सारे रिसोर्स पर्सन्स और जितने पार्टिसिपेंट्स हैं उनका मैं धन्यवाद करूँगा। और साथ में भरतलाल सर और रूपा मिश्रा मैडम, उनका भी इस पूरे प्रोग्राम को ऑर्गेनाइज कराने में और हमें सपोर्ट करने में, अकेडमी को सपोर्ट करने में बहुत बड़ा योगदान रहा है और हमेशा वो सपोर्ट मिलता रहा है। उनको भी बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
Thank you so much, sir. Now I request Manoj Pandey sir, because sir is in engineering background, so sir is more familiar with the JJM sir, and describe it more than.
Thank you. That's Geeta ma'am and their participants. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to talk to the participants. I mean, I am also in a small way involved with this training program, and probably I'll be also doing about 5 or 6 training programs for level 1 officers, which I'll be doing, say, it will start in October. When you actually look into this program and you see the broad framework of this program, there are certain things which gets highlighted. You know how it is a paradigm shift. What has changed, that you have to think about. I mean, in a sense, what has changed from, say, Swajal before to JJM now? Because now when you see most of the things which we are now talking about is the use of technology. For example, in case of IoT devices, the geotagging part of it, and all monitoring and evaluation stuff. So we are trying to, this is a very important aspect, but once you have this information is being real-time being uploaded to a website, to a dashboard, and that dashboard is also providing us the input in this direction. So if you can see that these 2 major components, one is the use of IoT and monitoring and evaluation using a dashboard, becomes a very which creates a paradigm shift and which is a game changer as far as this program is concerned. The second important aspect, if I may say third important aspect, is the concept of public utility, the concept of treating the Gram Panchayats as a public utility. So it has been reiterated many a time by Rupa Mishra ma'am also and by Bharatbal sir, that now it is a time to look at it as a service delivery, not as an infrastructure generating job, and we have to treat Gram Panchayat as a public utility. But when you are talking about Gram Panchayat as a public utility, if you see the guidelines, then there are certain 20 points in the guidelines. What a village action plan should look like and what are the functions of Gram Panchayat. And they can be divided into administrative functions and HR functions. They can be divided into financial functions. They can be divided into engineering functions. So Gram Panchayat, which is ably being supported by THED and also other departments, is supposed to act like a public utility, a corporation with a board of governance, which is basically Pani Samiti or the village water and sanitation committee. So this is an important aspect which we all must understand. And this is an important paradigm shift, a game changer in this direction, that not only it is participatory, but we are trying to say that these people are now responsible and other people are now acting as supporting organization rather than they being a supporting organization to the other. So these are few points which I wanted to make, and and I really wanted to tell you, I am sure that this program must have invested you. I mean, we have this, the resource persons we had, I can see Thakral sir with here also, and Vaibhav sir was there, Unyal sir was there, and Lecture sir was there. These people are stalwarts in their field. They have worked 20, 30 years in this field, and they're doing a great job. So I'm sure that whatever they must have told you must have enriched your knowledge also. We keep in regular touch, and these are people who have already guided us. Most of them have guided us in through our programs also. So I would like to thank them also for ably, helping our academy whenever we have requested them. So I thank them also. So thank you for giving me this opportunity to talk to the participants, ma'am. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you so much, sir. Now I would like to thank Mr. Bharat Lal sir, Additional Secretary and Mission Director, Ministry of Jal Shakti, for blessed her. Mrs. Rupa Misra ma'am, Joint Secretary, Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs, Mr. Pradeep Singh sir, Director, National Jal Jeevan Mission, our Director sir, our Joint Director sir, and our faculty members, and I would like to thank my course team, Mrs. Lata Janotti especially, Naren, Suresh, and all the personnel who are directly and indirectly involved to arrange and organize this program. Especially, I also thanks to our expert resource persons who gave your valuable time for conducting the session and sharing your experiences. And lastly, I heartily thanks to our participants, all the states and all the dignitaries from ministries who were also involved in organize this program, who helped us, who guided us for this program. I'm grateful to the ministry and of course our participants, जिन्होंने बहुत अच्छी तरह से 2 दिन से हमें लगातार सुन रहे हैं और बहुत ही पेशेंटली सुन रहे हैं. और मैम वी कमिटेड दैट 15 मिनट का गैप हम जरूर देंगे अगली ट्रेनिंग में, जैसे मैम ने हमें सजेस्ट किया. और वी आर वेटिंग फॉर योर सजेशंस स्टिल, ताकि हमारा जो अगला प्रोग्राम है वो बहुत ही सक्सेसफुल हो पाए. और मुझे आशा है कि जो मिनिस्ट्री ने हमें जो जिम्मेदारी दी थी, क्योंकि इस प्रोग्राम में सबसे ज्यादा अगर मैं थैंक्स करना चाहूंगी मनोज सर का, क्योंकि स्टार्टिंग जो हमने की थी उसके लिए वेबिनार कराया था, हमारे सभी रिसोर्स पर्सन हमारे साथ थे और ये इनिशिएटिव सर के द्वारा ही लिया गया और सर ने मुझे लगातार इसमें गाइड किया है. तो मैं स्पेशल थैंक मनोज सर को भी देना चाहूंगी. और सर ने अभी ज्वाइन किया है तो सर की गाइडेंस हमें मिलती रहेगी. तो हमारी तो पूरी टीम है ही है. मैं चाहूंगी कि हम जितने भी पार्टिसिपेंट है, वी आर नाउ फैमिली मेंबर्स. So your suggestions are very valuable for us. तो हमें जरूर बताइए, क्या चाहे आप चैट करके, मेल करके या अपने फीडबैक के थ्रू, रिटर्न फीडबैक के थ्रू हमें जरूर बताइए कि इस प्रोग्राम को, क्योंकि ये बहुत बड़ा मिशन है जिसमें जन जन को जुड़ना है, हर व्यक्ति को जुड़ना है और हमारी सबकी रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी है. और मैं बताना भी चाहूंगी कि हमारे पास लेवल 1 और लेवल 2 के लगातार प्रोग्राम है. लेवल 1 के जो प्रोग्राम है वो मनोज सर देख रहे हैं. जो अगले जो आगामी मंथ में हम लोग उसको ऑर्गेनाइज करेंगे. और लेवल 2 के भी, स्टेट के भी प्रोग्राम है और हमारे 10 प्रोग्राम जो फेस टू फेस प्रोग्राम है. हमने आपको एकेडमी की वीडियो दिखाई थी, बहुत खूबसूरत हमारी एकेडमी है. मैं अनुरोध करूंगी कि फेस टू फेस प्रोग्राम में आप हमें जरूर यहाँ पे आइए, हमसे मिलिए और सभी स्टेट के लोग, ताकि इस मिशन को जो भरत सर ने लगातार हमसे कहा, रूपा मिश्रा मैम लगातार कह रही है कि पानी पिलाना एक पुण्य का काम है और हम वो पुण्य का काम के लिए भगवान ने हमें एक अपॉर्चुनिटी दी है. तो ये पुण्य का काम अगर हम साथ मिलके करेंगे तो ये हमारे लिए भी एक अचीवमेंट होगा. और मेरे ख्याल से जो मिशन लेकर हम चल रहे हैं, जो ऑब्जेक्टिव लेके हम चल रहे हैं, उसको भी हम मीट आउट करने में सफल हो पाएंगे. और विदाउट आपके सहयोग और मिनिस्ट्री के सहयोग और सभी जो जितने भी डिपार्टमेंट स्टेट्स में इस मिशन पे काम कर रहे हैं, उनके सहयोग के बिना ये नहीं हो पाएगा. मैं फिर से बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद देना चाहूंगी हमारे दोनों गेस्ट को, इसके अलावा मेरी टीम को जिन्होंने बहुत मेहनत की है इस प्रोग्राम को ऑर्गेनाइज करने में, क्योंकि इमीडिएट चेंजेस लगातार मिनिस्ट्री से हमें होते रहे। डे ट्रेनिंग स्टार्ट होने के रात को भी कुछ चेंजेस हुए, उसको इनकॉर्पोरेट करना, और नई टेक्निक जो है ऑनलाइन ट्रेनिंग की कई डिफिकल्टीज हैं, नेटवर्क का ऑफ हो जाना, यह सारी चीजें, ये जो था इसमें हमारी टीम ने बहुत मेहनत की है। मैं बहुत धन्यवाद देना चाहूंगी अपनी टीम को, अपने डायरेक्टर सर को, जिन्होंने बहुत बिजी होने के बाद भी उस सेशन को अटेंड किया है और हमें हमेशा मोटिवेट किया है, सर ने हमेशा गाइड किया है। डायरेक्टर सर को भी बहुत ज्यादा धन्यवाद देना चाहूंगी, और सबसे ज्यादा धन्यवाद देना चाहूंगी आप सभी को, क्योंकि आपने जो पेशेंस थी और बहुत ही डिसिप्लिन से हमें सुना है, इसके लिए बहुत बहुत मैं आपके आभारी हूँ। थैंक यू सो मच।